why we started so early. Mr. Neguse had said we'd be on the floor between 11 and 12, I believe, today. And so starting at 6 o'clock, at 1 a.m., and if hopefully we'll be on the floor by that time, so we won't be past.
Tomorrow or on Friday, or, we could easily do it when we come back. And so, nice try by saying that it's our fault that we're meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate that. But you know what? This is important stuff, and it's going to impact a lot of our constituents, yours included. And this debate should happen in the light of day, and the fact that it isn't, basically, I believe, is because you guys don't want people to know what is in this bill. So I thank the chair lady. I yield back.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I really did appreciate when Representative Griffith sat on the chair, because he did answer questions. It was a lot of, well, we don't really know, there's tweaks, right? He kept saying there's going to be tweaks in these bills, and the tweaks haven't even started. But the reality is we could have started this at 7 o'clock in the morning and still had all day long to talk, right? Still had all day long to explain to the American people what we are doing here. But we could have maybe not forced every chair and ranking member to sit as if though they were on a cheap airplane or something. Look at them. They can't even open their hands. They are crushed in here. There's no reason to be doing this in the dark of night. I've been calling it the vampire committee because it seems like they're going to just suck all the health care away from Americans in the middle of the night. I think it is a good thing that we are asking questions, because it's over 1,100 pages, and not everybody has seen it, and we still haven't seen the last pages that might blow a lot up. And so the American people do deserve to have this set at a time when we are not coming in the dark. And yes, if we went, I'm looking at Chairman Westerman, it turns out our hearing wasn't very long compared to the rest. But you started at a reasonable time, and we kept going. The Ag Committee reasonably said there's a lot here, and they said it for 2 days. There is no reason we needed to come here at 1 a.m., except for that you want to push this through. You then passed a rule that Representative Roy had to walk out so he could not vote no, but you then rush everything. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You're going to have the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, and you're going to do it in 1 day. That's your goal. And I don't know if it's because you're worried that maybe some Republicans won't be here to vote. Well, if this is that important for them, they should show up and vote. They should be at this hearing, right? We know you have to step out. We've been here since 1 o'clock. Democrats have pretty much been here, except for we're going to step out and grab a little quick something to eat, refill our coffee bottle. But Republicans aren't even showing up. Republicans aren't asking questions. They're not willing to defend what they're doing in this bill. That's a reality. But I wanted to, I had thought I would follow up a little bit on the conversation with Chairman Jordan, because I need to say, Chairman, last Congress, I sat here and I saw you and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler being in great, it was great. I felt like I was in an alternate reality. I told you, it's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
That was FISA. That was FISA.
That was FISA.
Yeah, it's coming back. We're going to do that again.
Yeah,
I'm working on Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, but what you were concerned about and what united you and the top Democrat on the committee was a belief in constitutional principles. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be spying on Americans.
But if you believe in that constitutional principle, shouldn't you believe in all of the constitutional principles?
I do.
Yeah, well, thank you, because you actually even wrote a Washington Post article about that, and I'm going to quote it because it says, "We can balance," this is your Washington Post article, "we can balance
First
the
time I've had
need-"
an op-ed in the Washington Post. That's
You
right.
did write it off in the Washington Post. I'll send it to you. It's a Washington Post editorial, and your words were, "We can balance the need to protect Americans' fundamental constitutional rights with the need to give our intelligence and law enforcement agencies the tools to fight those who want to do us harm." You still agree with that?
Yeah, I don't recall if you voted for our warrant requirement amendment last year. I hope you did, but you'll get a chance. You'll
I
get a
think
chance in
this
10 months
issue-
to
But this issue of
deal with it
believing
again.
in due process, I think, means you need to believe in due process. You need to believe in our constitutional rights, even when it's dealing with due process. And Chairman Jordan, is there anything in this bill that protects Americans' due process?
Nothing that harms American due process. I mean, the Supreme Court's been
Nothing that
clear.
harms Americans' due process. Maybe I'll ask Ranking Member, part of the problem of why we're so worried about due process right now is we have a president who is violating due process, who is sending citizens, deporting citizens with their children who have brain cancer. They are deporting
That's not accurate.
citizens. They deported citizens' children. They
Not-
deported citizen children who needed medical care. They have said oops numerous times. And in fact, I'm sure, Chairman Jordan, you know what the meaning of habeas corpus is, don't you? Do you know the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah, I mean,
What is the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah, release of the, I mean, I think in technical, release of the body. It's like, there's a process, you can't just be detained, there's a process you have to be able to access in order to be released. So it's critically important, but.
Well, Secretary, the thing is, Secretary Noem thinks that habeas corpus means you get to just deport people, right? That's what she testified. Ranking Member, what are some of the reasons why we should be concerned about due process in this moment, and why it might have been a good thing to actually put some protections in this bill?
Well, the provision that we were just discussing about the court's authority to hold government officials in contempt is a provision that's all about due process, right?
That's all
Because
up to the
what's
court.
happening is you get judges like Judge Boasberg, who says, no, this person cannot be deported from the country without due process. The whole Supreme Court has now agreed with that. Justice Scalia, by the way, was a great champion of the idea that the due process liberty protected by the Constitution applies not just to citizens, but to non-citizens. It doesn't apply exactly the same way, but the rudimentary elements of it are there. What are the elements of due process? The right to see evidence against you, the right to adduce evidence on your own behalf, the right to be represented by counsel, the right to appear before a neutral fact finder who's going to impartially make a decision. That's all the Supreme Court is saying. And then the answer, that Donald Trump and his administration have been making, and unfortunately some of our very smart colleagues have followed along with this, is, well, that guy's really MS-13. Well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe he's Proud Boys. Maybe he's Oath Keepers. Who knows? Bring the evidence against him. But the point is, you don't send somebody with no due process to a torturer's dungeon in El Salvador and then say things about him after he's gone. That's not how it works in America. And that's why Judge Boasberg, again, a very conservative judge, says, bring him back. If you want to charge him with 50,000 crimes, charge him with 50,000 crimes. You want to deport him, do it according to the law, and not the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, because we're not at war. Guess who decides whether there's war? Congress decides. We declare war, not the president, right? And you can't fabricate an invasion of the country that doesn't exist. Consult with the Supreme Court about it. So, I think that the role of the Judiciary Committee and the House of Representatives and the Congress has got to be to uphold the rule of law. And the framers really expected us to advance the rule of law, even if the president was violating it. In fact, they expected us, especially in that case, to be defending the prerogatives of Congress. We've got the power to declare war. We've got the power to regulate commerce internationally, which means tariffs, right? I mean, President Trump invoked IEEPA, which doesn't mention tariffs and has never been used for tariffs before, right? So they're invoking a whole series of emergencies that usurp congressional lawmaking power and end up violating due process rights. So I agree with you.
Right, and when you have a president or any leader just constantly saying there's an emergency, when there isn't one, there's an invasion, when there is not war, and then saying we can do whatever we want, and who doesn't even seem to know what the Constitution is. The worry is that that is a march to fascism if we aren't already there.
Well, you've got it. I mean, the key trick of authoritarians is to invoke an emergency exception, whether or not it actually exists in the Constitution or not. And Carl Schmitt, who's, a famous fascist theorist, wrote about that you want to try to occupy the space of emergency, so all bets are off. You can trample free speech, you can trample free assembly, you can trample due process rights. So much of what's taken place during this first 120 days is the people and those of us in
members of Congress. And what we are doing by asking the questions tonight, by doing the amendments that Republicans keep voting down, is saying no. We are saying no to the concept that you can do away with what Americans hold dearest every time. Where is our American flag? Well, there's one. Where every time we pledge allegiance to the American flag, it's to the Constitution and the rule of law that is represented there, and people have lost their lives defending it. But we know we have children who needed health care. But just to make sure that won't happen again, it's my understanding that there was an amendment that would have prevented Immigration and Customs Enforcement from using funds to detain and deport United States citizens. What was the vote on that amendment, Chairman Jordan?
I would just point out there's nothing in existing law or this package that authorizes the deportation of U.S. citizens. The Democrats' amendment would have, related to U.S. citizens, would prohibit Homeland Security investigations from arresting U.S. citizens who engage in human trafficking, child exploitation, or narcotic smuggling. Nothing in our bill, nothing in current law allows for the deportation of U.S. citizens.
The problem is that right now we have an administration who is doing that, so we wanted to protect the American citizens from such detention and deportation. And the question was, what was the vote? And the vote was, Ranking Member Raskin?
Well, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was a party line vote.
It was a party line vote. Not a single Republican was willing to vote to say citizens should not be detained and deported. So I wanted to note that there is money in here for $46 billion for a border wall. There's a whole lot more money for jails. And many, right now I think that there is a concern of the American public about issues of corruption, that we are seeing billions and billions of dollars being funneled to private corporations, right? We're seeing a lot of stuff that is funneling money. They're getting rid of competition. They're saying that Musk's, Starlink and other companies get these contracts without competition. And I think I wanted to sort of turn to our Homeland ranking member and say, are there concerns about the number of private prisons that are going to be constructed, the amount of money that's going to go into this border wall? I look at that and I think, God, how many kids could actually get a meal who are hungry now with $46.5 billion? But then there's this other aspect to it as well. regarding potential corruption. Do you have any concerns about that, Ranking Member?
Well, yeah, we do, but let me support Ranking Member Raskin. We offered several amendments to the legislation relative to funds being used for deporting American citizens, and said no funds in this bill can be used to deport American citizens. Well, we lost it on a party line vote. But also, the only thing we said was another amendment that our committee would prevent DHS from removing U.S. citizens except for legal extradition and treaty obligations. And we lost it on a party line vote, which basically we thought was a reaffirmation of what was already law. So we tried hard to prevent American children from being deported who were sick. Secretary told us, well, her mama wanted to take her with her. And said, but the lawyer wanted to represent based on what the father said. So there were a lot of references about children with cancer being deported. And so we just think, as a lot of people have said, that as a nation of laws, we have to stand on those principles. And it's not a person's guilt or innocence, it's the due process that everyone should go through, regardless of status. We've heard people say, well, they had a tattoo. I said, well, okay, if you're going to charge that person for a tattoo, then present whatever evidence that this person has broken the law. You know, we have a Secretary of Defense with all kind of tattoos on him. So this notion that you can just do anything just because you don't like it is not who we are as Americans. And so I think part of what we tried to do was to reaffirm existing law and not leave it to interpretation based on what the president wants to do or what the secretary wants to do. We want to follow the law. And in every instance, we offered 30-odd amendments in support of that, and we lost all of them on a party line vote.
It's really sad. And I want to, something was said earlier about this is what the American people want. There have been lots of polls about that, about what's happening with regards to this bill. And I would say, I'm going to just quote the Kaiser Family Foundation poll that found that at least 3/4 of the public oppose the key things we're doing in this bill. And that is oppose the cutting of Medicaid, 76%. The public doesn't want this bill. We now heard that this is going to affect Medicare. 79% of the public oppose the cuts to Medicare. What is really happening in this bill is an attack on working families, and the education cuts, you know, that Chairman Jordan, mentioned education as well. We're going to deal that with in the next panel, but, you know, those are going to be hard on folks. And, you know, this concept that my colleague from Colorado was going to about who is now having to pay, the idea that Americans now have to pay to be able to access our courts, I think it's very problematic. That we are turning on its head what we're doing. And I think that I'm going to yield to my colleague because she wants to talk in this vein a bit.
Just with respect to that, this provision that would limit the ability of the courts to enforce their provisions, I just wanted to request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article published in Just Security on May 19th by Professor Edwin Chemerinsky. It's entitled A Terrible Idea, and it provides a very thorough rundown on just how bad that provision is.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I would yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. In natural resources, we also, I think, are limiting people's access to the courts. And that is really problematic. And one of the reasons that I think it's incredibly problematic is I have a lot of tribes in my district. I sit as the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Indian Affairs. And we know that tribes, much of the federal lands were once tribal lands. And that the tribal lands are also subject to federal oversight. So that when we remove access to the court for a tribe, it's not like it's private property, it is federal land. And Chairman Resterman, I know you've been a great supporter of tribal lands and of tribes in general. We had that wonderful meeting in Oklahoma on self-determination. I guess I don't understand why you would support removing tribal access to the courts when the federal government is going to be doing something that's on their land sometimes, or that's on land where they have cultural resources and sacred sites. I really, because I know how great you are usually on tribes, and I offered an amendment to make sure that tribes could get access to the courts, and I believe you voted against it.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman for her flattery, and Madam Chair, it's a new day in America, not just metaphorically, but literally. The sun's been up for quite some time now. So
for quite some time.
Yes.
And we've been in here, we can't tell.
And it appears we'll be in here maybe when the sun goes down at the rate that things are going. But the reason you probably can't understand why I would want to deny tribes access to the courts is because I don't want to deny tribes access to the courts. And we talked about this in the markup that the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs received no instruction from the budget committees, so we didn't get into any tribal jurisdictions. And again, our focus was about energy, and I know that there's talk about, it was even mentioned, energy prices going to the moon, but it must be because they're going to start at Mars, because under the Biden administration, electricity prices went up 32%. Gas prices in 2022 under Biden went over $5 a gallon. And there's also this argument about handouts to big oil companies. Well, when oil companies profit the most is under Democratic administrations. Actually, an oil company set, I believe it was a world record for profits in 2022 and 2023, the most profits ever, $247 billion in profits. It wasn't Exxon, it wasn't Phillips 66, Conoco, or Shell, or BP. It was Aramco, the Saudi oil company, that had world record profits under the Biden administration. So there's a lot of things that get said in these hearings, but not a lot of them are based on fact. And again, I don't want to deny any American citizen access to the courts.
So I'm glad you mentioned profits, because oil and gas companies, I think, was at $200 billion worth of profits, but we are going to be reducing royalties for oil and gas companies, because it's not enough that we're going to be giving tax cuts to the wealthiest. We are actually going to be giving money back to oil and gas companies who had $200 billion worth of profits. But when you limit judicial review for everybody, you are also limiting judicial review for tribes. Ranking Member Huffman, do you want to explain how that happens?
Well, I thank you for the question, and you're right. In the markup, we try.
No chicken.
Billions of dollars, they are running roughshod over parliamentary rules in every possible way. And yet, when it comes time to fixing their little problem with tribal access to the courts and judicial review, suddenly they were sticklers for the rules. So I think it comes as pretty cold comfort to Indian country that they're the ones that get targeted for this rigid interpretation of budget rules and parliamentary procedures, while everything else is out the window when it comes to giving billions of dollars away to big oil and coal and to Central Valley irrigators in California for their $2 billion dam, and any number of other things. It doesn't hold up.
So, but once again, because they are curtailing judicial review, it applies to tribes on projects on tribal lands.
Absolutely. There is no exception.
That is actually what happened. There are no exceptions.
If you write a big enough check, there is
Well,
no
there is
check on your project,
Right,
and there's
that-
no exception for tribes.
My God, people need to know that what they said is basically, if you give us a lot of money, we're going to fast track it, and you can't question it. That is one of the things that's hidden in this bill. It's always like, it's a pay for. Pay for it, you can pay to get out of court. You can pay to get out of court in this bill. And, it is very sad that for people who do want to come in and challenge, you now are charging a fee.
Yes. We've never seen this before.
You have to pay per page now?
If you are participating in the protest provision for one of these oil and gas lease sales, and this could be tribes, just to engage in the protest procedure, you now get hit with a fee. It's just remarkable. So cutting royalties for oil and gas, giving away millions and millions of acres at fire sale prices to the industry, but if you want to protest any of it, you pay a fee. And by the way, no judicial review if it's a wealthy enough developer that they can pay the special golden age of grift fee for permitting.
Thank you for that, and I think with that, I might want to go see that there actually is some sun out there, because we're trying to bring light to what's actually happening for the American people so they can see some of these provisions. We don't have time, because it's 1,100 pages long that they are ramming through in a single day, and we haven't even seen all of the provisions. But I'm very grateful. I see so many of my colleagues here in the in the room. They are here because they have amendments to try to make the bill better. Hopefully, we'll consider some amendments. We haven't been doing that much lately, but it'll be good to hear what they are so that we can talk about the unique aspects of what could be fixed in this bill if we only had a chance. And with that, is there anything else anybody wants? Any other comments from, I'm the last Democrat, so this is when I don't know, Republicans might want to say something. Actually, I do have a question on this tattoo thing. I have kids, and 2 of 3 of them have tattoos. How many of you guys have kids? It's all guys. Yeah. How many of you guys have kids?
We got 4 kids and 8 grandkids.
How many of our kids have tattoos?
None of mine.
None of yours? Wow. Wow, that's really, I thought it was good with 2 out of 3. But our kids have tattoos, right? So many people have tattoos, you cannot go anywhere without seeing tattoos. So the idea that we're using a tattoo as an indicator for you get kicked out of the United States without due process is really scary. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and there's so much I would love to unpack from the last 25 minutes, but I recognize that we are trying to make sure that we limit our time. But I do want to just say, first of all, the sun is up. It's a little overcast, so if Ms. Leisure Fernandez wants to see the sun, it's a little overcast. So, yeah, a little overcast. And we are not, and I just have to address the fact, we are not ramming this bill through. Every one of these bills went through committee. They were put together in committee process. They've all been through budget. They've all been out there. And so ramming something through is, I think, an inappropriate way to discuss this bill. This has been through the process. Yes, we are sitting in committee and we are working this through and we are hearing testimony and allowing people to ask questions. But I think it's a disservice to the American people to say that this has been rammed through, because it has been through various committees. And with that, I am going to yield back, but I just wanted to make sure that someone said that this is not accurate.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach, for saying that, because even one of our colleagues said earlier, these bills had been months in the making.
Yes.
And someone did need to say that,
Well,
and I appreciate
Chair,
that.
I also sit on the Agriculture Committee, and I should say, on that committee, they actually we don't even know what the text of this bill is going to look like. And there's going to be major changes, and we're hearing about them, bits and pieces in the news media, and none of them have been vetted. But yeah, I do, because I know you're struggling for votes, so you're making all kinds of deals right now, and they're going to hurt my constituents, so I yield back.
I too will resist saying more. No sense in prolonging this. If Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask Chairman Green, how long was your markup on your section of this bill?
I think we started at 10 a.m. and ended like around 4 or 5, I think. 4 or 5 p.m.,
Yeah.
yes.
Chairman Jordan, how long was your markup on your section of the bill?
8 hours.
And Chairman Westerman?
We started at 10 a.m., I believe, and finished at 12:42 a.m., so, or was it 1:42? It was a long time.
A long time,
Yeah.
several hours. And
12, 14 hours, something like that.
Chairman Graves, how long was your markup?
7 hours.
So, and were these markups televised? Yes, they're televised. The whole kit and caboodle. Our 26-hour and 28-minute hearing in Energy and Commerce was live on C-SPAN for the whole time. So the thought that this is being done in darkness is absurd. I yield back.
There are negotiations going on in the back room right now
Thank you.
that none of us know anything about. So please, let's not talk about an open process.
Again, let me resist. Okay, anyone else have comments that you want to make? Nope. Well, I thank our witnesses for being here this morning and appreciate the time and all of the comments that were made, and you're dismissed.
Save your question for Chairman Smith. I don't even know what his credibility again, so I'll skip ahead on it.
Okay,
That's mine.
okay, here. I now welcome our third panel, Chairman Thompson and Representative Craig from the Committee on Agriculture, Chairman Wahlberg and Representative Scott from the Committee on Education and Workforce, Chairman Guthrie and Representative Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Chairman Smith and Representative Moore from the Committee on Ways and Means. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Thompson, I welcome your testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today concerning the agriculture title of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Agriculture Committee was tasked with $230 billion in net deficit reduction, and I'm proud of our product and proud to report that we exceeded our instruction. These savings are achieved through necessary changes to restore integrity to the SNAP program and preserve the program's ability to serve the most vulnerable long into the future. These reforms ensure SNAP works the way Congress intended it to by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach. This program is in dire need of reform. Just since 2019, SNAP costs have skyrocketed from $60 billion to $110 billion annually. That's an 83% increase, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. And in 2023, over $13 billion in erroneous SNAP payments were sent out. This is disgraceful, not only to the taxpayer, but also the SNAP recipient. The Rules Committee print includes several improvements to the SNAP program, including preventing future administrations from unilaterally increasing SNAP benefits beyond inflation, focusing on a core principle that everyone receiving the benefit that can work should work, and modernizing the work requirement and closing loopholes that allow for widespread waivers. Closing various loopholes that states exploit, such as gaming the system to artificially increase SNAP benefits, and increasing incentives to ensure states run the program more efficiently and more effectively. SNAP is the only federally funded state-administered entitlement program where the state has zero skin in the game on the benefit. It is a human nature to be more careful with your own money than you are with others. And that is why we put forward a cost-share structure that requires all states to pay a minimal 5% cost share of SNAP, the benefit beginning in fiscal year 2028. However, for states with high payment error rates, that is over 6%, the cost share scales up. In exceeding our instruction, we also were able to make several vital and time-sensitive investments in rural America. It is imperative for Congress to rebuild the farm safety net. These investments mitigate further unbudgeted ad hoc spending and prevent a full-blown financial crisis in farm country that could devastate the food and ag supply chain and, quite frankly, the national economy. Finally, on the investment front, we take care of a few other important items like investments in trade promotion, animal disease preparedness, specialty crops, dairy, research, and some programs with outstanding baseline. In closing, I'm proud to deliver a historic amount of savings to the taxpayer and to do so in a way that will ultimately have positive outcomes for low-income individuals who get back into the workforce while also standing by our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. That's a win-win. I have a great respect for the chairwoman, the ranking member, and the members of this committee, and thank you once again for the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Representative Craig, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. You know, I had hoped that for my first appearance here before the Rules Committee, the chairman and I would be coming to you arm in arm in support of a 5-year, 12-title bipartisan farm bill. Instead, we're here discussing the Agriculture Committee's contribution to a partisan bill that decimates the most successful anti-hunger program in our nation and destroys the coalition that has always been able to get a farm bill across the finish line. And why? Not for middle-class tax cuts, but to move to the wealthiest Americans money from the least wealthy. In addition, this is expected to increase the national debt and deficits. This is a shameful process that we're involved in here today. And this bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. How do I know? Because Senator Chuck Grassley told us so. It puts a huge burden on the states by forcing them to pay for anywhere from 5 to 25% of food assistance. Chair Fox, the governor of your state said, and I quote, "If Congress goes forward with these plans, our state will be forced into perilous budget decisions. Should North Carolinians lose access to food, or should we get rid of other essential services?" End quote. North Carolina's on the hook for up to $700 million per year under this proposal. That's the equivalent of 8,900 public school teacher salaries in North Carolina. Republicans want states to do their dirty work and take food away from people, and it doesn't end there. This budget does something else incredibly egregious. It changes the definition of dependent from children under the age of 18 to children over the age of 6. Once a kid turns 7 years old, their parents could lose food assistance unless they meet new paperwork and work requirements. I wonder if the people who came up with that policy have children or understand that there are summer breaks and there's spring break. I have several, and let me tell you, they eat more as they grow, not less. It's truly beyond the pale what this budget would do to children in our country. And let's be clear about what we're talking about here. The average person receives $6 per day in food assistance. Let me say that again, $6 a day. No one chooses to sit at home and not work for $6 a day. $6 a day doesn't build you a life. It can, though, build you a bridge to the next paycheck, the next opportunity, the next moment of stability. CBO estimates that the new work requirements, paperwork requirements alone, will take food away from at least 3 million people. They didn't say that 3 million people will receive a little less food. They say 3 million people will receive no food assistance. So much for claiming that you won't cut benefits. Hunger is a policy choice. Republicans in this room are choosing to allow children to go to bed without dinner, seniors skipping meals so they can afford their medicine, parents sacrificing their own nutrition so their kids can eat, single mothers having to choose between leaving their 7-year-olds at home or to let them go more hungry. Everyone in this country is struggling with higher costs already. And instead of addressing that problem, Republicans are choosing to make it worse, and it's shameful. You claim you're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, or holding the states accountable for high error rates. This bill does not tackle fraud and does not include any common sense policies that help improve program efficiency. And for what? To fund tax breaks for large corporations and the super wealthy. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Chairman Walter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Student Success and Taxpayer Savings Plan saves nearly $350 billion to help advance President Trump's agenda, the common sense agenda, and ensure taxpayers, students, and schools are better served. The current system is effectively broken and littered with incentives that push tuition costs upward. Schools have no reason to lower costs or ensure degrees align with employers' needs, all while students and taxpayers pay the price. The Biden-Harris administration compounded this crisis and attempted to spend an additional $1 trillion in taxpayer funds on so-called forgiveness by executive decree. Dumping more federal money into a broken system doesn't mean that system will work. In fact, government spending on higher education has reached record highs, yet millions of students supposedly benefiting from those funds will ultimately end up with a degree that doesn't pay off or fail to finish school. Those funds will ultimately end up with a degree that doesn't pay off or fail to finish school. This bill not only saves taxpayers nearly $350 billion, but it also brings much-needed reform in 3 key areas: simplified loan repayment, streamlined student loan options, and accountability for students and taxpayers. The bill cleans up the Biden-created repayment mess by streamlining repayment options and providing targeted assistance to struggling borrowers who need it rather than blanket bailouts for those who don't. These reforms will encourage responsible borrowing and timely repayment. Colleges have exploited the availability of uncapped federal lending and generous forgiveness programs to raise prices. Streamlining loan options, as done in this bill, will increase affordability for students and families, as well as curtail the extent to which schools use taxpayer dollars to line their pocketbooks by loading students up with debt they can't repay. Most importantly, the bill ensures that hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars no longer flow unchecked to low-value institutions and programs by holding colleges accountable for student outcomes through skin in the game. Colleges will be financially accountable for the loans they give out, and schools that go above and beyond to provide high-quality, affordable, and accessible education opportunities will be rewarded. What's more, through these reforms and others, the bill protects and strengthens the Pell Grant, the cornerstone of our financial aid system. The bill closes the funding shortfall that would otherwise result in students being unable to afford college as early as next year. Additionally, it expands student choice by allowing students to use Pell on high-quality, short-term credentials aligned with workforce needs. We're on a fiscally unsustainable path in higher education. Without change, we can't deliver on the promise of economic mobility for all Americans. So I urge my colleagues to pass this big, beautiful bill. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Walberg. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here to speak in opposition to the reconciliation plan. In fact, we're considering this in an overnight committee hearing. That tells you all you need to know about how bad a bill it is. And after reviewing the big bad billionaires bill, it's clear that the central theme is to make life harder for everybody but the wealthy. Just consider the numbers. Under the bill, 4 million students are estimated to have their Pell Grants reduced or eliminated. Up to 18 million children are estimated to lose access to free school meals. And over 13 million people are set to lose their health coverage. And what is the purpose of all of these cuts? To give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. But now, as ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I want to focus on what this does to education. It's currently drafted. The bill will increase costs for students attending college. It will increase students' expenses or exposure to low-quality, higher education programs, which would then reduce the likelihood that they'd actually find a rewarding or successful career. It will divert federal money into private schools and reduce the number of students who will be able to get free lunches, and then tends to pay for more tax cuts for wealthy and the well-connected. Under this plan, the Republicans will cut students' access to Pell Grants, drastically lowering the amount drastically lower the amount of federal loans they can take out. That will either deny them the opportunity to get a college degree or push students into unaffordable repayment plans and push them into the private, high-cost private loan programs. Under this bill, loan payments will be less affordable. For example, single borrower making $45,000 a year will see the student loan payments just about triple. Under the SAVE plan, which was President Biden's final plan, the borrower would have been paying about $41 a month. This bill will have them paying $150 a month. and making it more expensive to attend college isn't bad enough. The bill will also increase their exposure to low-quality programs. That's because the bill eliminates existing regulations that protect students from predatory, low-quality, for-profit programs. In addition to making it harder for low- and middle-income people to afford college, the proposal will significantly impact public school meals program. For some students, the food served at school may be the only nutritious meal they receive that day, and when children are fed healthy, nutritious food, they not only are more likely to show up at school, but their academic achievement increases. And yet, despite this, the new analysis from the Urban Institute estimates that up to 18.3 million children could lose access to free meals as a result of the cuts to the SNAP nutrition program. And this is just what the SNAP program does to the students. We've not received the complete analysis on what other parts of the bill do. Last week, Ranking Member Boyle and I wrote to the Speaker requesting specific data on the number of children and families that would lose access to free or reduced school lunches, critical WIC services, and grocery benefits through the summer EBT program, all due to SNAP and Medicaid cuts in the Republican reconciliation plan. We haven't received a response, and we should receive.
अब विजय से उसके साथ ज़्यादा चाहिए
Includes language to fund privatization of public education. That would constitute the first nationwide federal voucher program, effectively diverting taxpayers' money and resources into private schools, away from public schools, which will be serving 90% of the students. That tax credit program was drafted by the Ways and Means Committee, but this committee has put in additional language that is clearly within the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee, including language preventing federal, state, and local governments from adding oversight mechanisms or guardrails that could protect students. I'm disappointed that the Education and Workforce Committee didn't have an opportunity to comment before that ended up in the bill. In summary, the so-called one big bad billionaires bill disproportionately helps the wealthy, then has others paying for it through losing health care, nutritious food, and access to college. And this is all to provide more tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. And to add insult to injury, Madam Chair, the deficit goes up. And we know how to reduce the deficit. In fact, every Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited. And every Republican since Nixon has left a worse deficit for the Democrats that succeeded them than they inherited. We should reduce the deficit. We know how to do that. And for those who oppose the bill, and ask that we start from scratch and produce a bill that reduces the deficit, fiscally responsible, and addresses the needs of the American people. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing. And the Energy and Commerce Committee, we had a marathon 26.5-hour markup of our reconciliation instruction. It was a unique opportunity to consider issues spanning the full jurisdiction of our committee. We worked through legislation that will unleash American energy, end costly EV mandates, and advance American innovation, along with strengthening the Medicaid program for the most vulnerable Americans and improving their access to quality care. Our committee was tasked with identifying $880 billion in savings and new revenue, and I'm proud to say we exceeded that goal. We've worked diligently to meet the target by ending wasteful Green New Deal-style spending, supporting the rapid innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we are securing our energy infrastructure by taking steps to refurbish and refill our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security. Further, we're taking steps to streamline the process for LNG exporting LNG to our allies while promoting more American energy production. Through an increase in federal revenues, we are streamlining the siting and permitting of new pipelines to transport energy around the country, which is critical to meeting the energy demands and winning the AI battle with China. We are saving $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed on the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve American taxpayers. And through major investments to modernize the Department of Commerce, we will integrate AI systems and upgrade IT systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, we are implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership. Our legislation raises $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care, making programs like Medicaid critical for the vulnerable Americans who rely on them, making it more difficult. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend taxpayer dollars on illegal immigrants. House Republicans make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and other able-bodied beneficiaries who are choosing not to work. Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for the expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. That is why our legislation stops billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common-sense policies that will save taxpayer dollars and refocus Medicaid on those who need it most. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise cannot support themselves, but Democrats expanded the program far beyond the core mission. That's why we're establishing common-sense work requirements for capable but unemployed adults without dependents. Let me be clear, these work requirements only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition like a disability or substance use disorder, encouraging them to reenter the workforce or give back to their communities and regain their independence. All of this part of our effort is to strengthen Medicaid for those who need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that would launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the President and congressional Republicans made to the American people. And today we're discussing a bill that unleashes American energy dominance, advances innovation, and protects access to care to our most vulnerable. When we were able to accomplish all of the outstanding developments for our constituents and extend the 27 Trump tax cuts, we'll have delivered a generational win for our constituents. And I'm proud of the work to re-spark the American dream and ensure our country will always be the land of opportunity. I yield back and look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guthrie. Representative Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone here today. And I'm always happy to come before the House Rules Committee, but I have to say that convening a hearing at 1 a.m. in the dead of night when most Americans are asleep at home to pass a bill with catastrophic consequences for millions of Americans is wrong, and we should be debating this bill when the American people can follow along and when they're able to call the representative to voice their opinion about the legislation. At its core, this bill takes health care away from millions of Americans in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporate interests who I don't think need them. It's a reverse Robin Hood scheme that takes from the poor in order to give handouts to those who really don't need them. And the bill makes a series of devastating cuts to clean energy, killing jobs and gutting our efforts to combat the worsening climate crisis. It auctions publicly owned spectrum and uses that money to give tax breaks to the rich rather than reinvesting that funding for the public good. And it includes a massive giveaway to big tech at the expense of Americans by basically prohibiting state and local laws to regulate artificial intelligence for 10 years. And I'm going to go through some of the provisions of the bill in a little more detail, but I did hear your suggestion that we try to summarize, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Pallone, it's 7 o'clock. It's not 1 o'clock.
I know.
Nobody told you that?
No, but you're right that that people now hopefully can listen, but they were not able to from 1 o'clock till now. So with regard to health care, For months now, President Trump and congressional Republicans promised the American people that they would not cut Medicaid benefits or strip away people's health care. But just yesterday, President Trump told House Republicans behind closed doors, do not F with Medicaid. And then House Speaker Johnson promised, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Well, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office released their latest accounting of this bill yesterday, and they found the bill that advanced out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last week will cut nearly $800 billion from Medicaid and take health care away from 8.6 million people. And I should point out that these figures are a floor. They're not a ceiling. CBO expects these numbers will rise as additional changes are made to the bill. And then there's the changes the bill makes to the Affordable Care Act. When you add the Medicaid cuts to the ACA cuts, the total number of people expected to lose their health care under President Trump and Republicans' watch is at least 13.7 million people, based on the CBO estimates. Now, let me be clear. That is not, some of you are saying this is a moderate bill, but it's not. And it's, focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse, but that's not true. I mean, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans so they can give these tax breaks to the ultra-rich. And Medicaid, as all of you know, is a life-saving program that 80 million Americans count on every day. It provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans and nearly half of all children in the United States. It covers close to half of all births and is the largest source of funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. But with this bill, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans. I'm going to keep stressing that. They're putting all sorts of burdensome and time-consuming roadblocks in the way of people just trying to get by, all so they can kick them off their health coverage. And if someone loses their coverage through Medicaid, the bill bans them from getting coverage through the ACA marketplace with any kind of subsidy. And this is just one way this bill essentially repeals the ACA for most people and makes it more difficult for people to get health coverage. And Republicans are making it more difficult for states to finance their share of Medicaid costs by preventing them from implementing new provider taxes. This will be catastrophic for states as their health care needs change over time. Cuts will not just impact people who count on Medicaid. Hospitals, particularly those in underserved and rural communities, are going to close. They've been telling you that. Nursing homes will close, and seniors will lose the care that they rely on. Emergency rooms will once again be overflowing as people are forced to delay care until it's life or death. Now, for decades, Democrats have been working relentlessly to make quality health care more accessible and affordable. It's worked. Thanks to our efforts, the number of uninsured Americans reached historic lows. But that's now all at risk as Trump and congressional Republicans look to strip health care away from almost 14 million people. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress could all be reversed by this bill. And this bill, if it passes, will wipe out all of that progress by rescinding programs that are lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in America. Also, Republicans can again give tax breaks to billionaires. And not content to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, this bill will go even further by creating a mockery of our environmental laws. It allows big oil and gas to simply bribe government agencies to acquire permits free of scrutiny. It sets up a pay-to-play scheme for fossil energy permitting that allows polluters to pay $10 million to the Trump administration to obtain pipeline permits and ignore environmental laws while clean energy gets left behind. It's essentially a complete dismantling of our energy permitting infrastructure in the country. Vital protections for the public interest, clean water and clean air would all be completely set aside. States would lose any say in energy infrastructure within their borders, and courts would not be able to address any further violations of our weakened laws. Now, briefly on the environment. The bill is also a disaster for the environment. It would gut critical environmental protections and programs harming the health and welfare of all Americans. It both repeals and rescinds unobligated funds for every single Environmental Protection Agency program included in the Inflation Reduction Act. It would also repeal clean vehicle standards, jeopardizing air quality and domestic manufacturing, giving a leg up to the fossil fuel industry. When Congress passed the IRA, Democrats made a critical and historic down payment towards a stable climate and a clean future for all. But this bill proposes to throw that all away by eliminating the environmental protections that keep families and communities safe while doing nothing to lower energy costs, all in the service of providing these tax breaks for billionaires. Now, lastly, Madam Chair, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. The bill will also impose a 10-year ban on states' ability to enforce their own laws protecting consumers from harms caused by artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. So let me be clear, this is an unprecedented giveaway to big tech. The 10-year enforcement ban will allow big tech to run roughshod over American consumers, including our children and teens whose lives are increasingly intertwined with AI models and automated decision-making systems. Last Congress, at the request of big tech, the Republican leadership refused to move a bipartisan comprehensive privacy bill that would have provided important guardrails on the use of consumers' personal information by AI systems. It was an unfortunate giveaway to big tech at the American public's expense. By contrast, states across the country have been working hard to protect their residents from harmful uses of AI. They've enacted laws that protect consumers' privacy, prohibit the use of AI to commit financial fraud and to steal elections, prohibit algorithmic bias in housing and credit, prohibit harmful uses of facial recognition technology, and protect consumers from AI systems that put their mental health and physical safety at risk. Now, Congress, in my opinion, should be learning from the work done by the states. We should be working to enact federal laws that protect consumers from the negative consequences of poorly understood AI models and badly designed automated decision-making systems. But instead, House Republicans are leaving American consumers, and especially our children, at the mercy of big tech and their powerful and invasive algorithms. If this policy becomes law, states will be powerless to respond to harmful uses of AI and automated decision-making systems for the next decade. And that includes threats we know exist today, as well as any threats we can't currently imagine that arise over the next 10 years. So it's just a reckless policy giveaway to big tech that puts all of us, especially our children, at risk for years to come. I forgot I did have to also mention spectrum. And finally, the bill reauthorizes the spectrum auction authority of the Federal Communications Commission and requires the agency to auction additional 5G spectrum for a savings of at least $88 billion. Now, historically, auctioning spectrum has been a bipartisan effort, and we've used that money to reinvest in the public good. However, under this bill, Republicans are tunneling the money to tax breaks for the rich instead of directing the savings to fund grants like Next Generation 911 or to make high-speed Internet more affordable for American families. And that's, again, a gross abuse of spectrum auction funds, and it's a perfect example of what's at the core of this bill, selling out the American people to give handouts to the rich. So, Madam Chair, I just have to say this is a bad bill. It takes away basic needs like health care and food assistance from some of the poorest Americans in order to give these tax breaks to the richest. And we don't need to take from the poor in order for the rich to have more than they already have. Republicans should abandon this effort, work with Democrats on a bipartisan basis to pass a fair tax bill that lowers costs for the middle class and ensures the wealthy and corporate interests pay the fair share. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, every member of the committee. It's a great opportunity to testify on the historic tax relief for working families, farmers, and small businesses included in the One Big Beautiful Bill. This legislation makes the successful 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent, and it delivers on President Trump's priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, no tax on auto loan interest of autos produced in the United States, and tax relief for seniors. Families and workers will benefit from additional tax relief with an expanded standard deduction and a larger child tax credit, as well as receive help with the high cost of adoption, education, child care, and health care. Main Street will benefit from a permanent small business deduction that has been expanded to 23%, helping small businesses grow, hire, and compete with larger corporations. 2 million family farms and millions more family-owned small businesses will benefit from a death tax exemption that is permanent, larger, and also indexed to inflation. This bill will also help revive American manufacturing, renewed R&D amortization, immediate expensing, and interest deductibility, combined with the new 100% immediate expensing for construction of new manufacturing plants. It will help turn America into a manufacturing powerhouse again and lower taxes for those who build it right here in America. Opportunity zones will ensure distressed communities, particularly in rural areas, share in this surge of new investment and jobs. Working class Americans voted for President Trump because he puts their interest over elite special interest. Wealthy universities will pay an endowment tax as high as the corporate tax rate. Bad Biden-era tax policy that rewarded the wealthy, the big banks, and China with tax breaks and giveaways will be replaced with good tax policy that benefits working families and small businesses. Illegal immigrants will no longer be eligible for refundable tax credits. Foreign countries will no longer be able to steal American tax revenue. The result will be economic prosperity for workers and families like the boom times of President Trump's first term. Take-home pay for the typical family with 2 children will increase by as much as $13,300. Annual real wages for workers will rise by as much as $11,600. Pro-growth tax policy will save up to 7 million jobs, while the permanent and expanded small business deduction will add 1 million new jobs each year and expand small business economic output by $1.5 trillion. And Ways and Means was able to deliver pro-growth, pro-worker tax cuts below the committee's reconciliation instruction of $4 trillion. I suspect Democrats will make the false claim that this bill rewards the rich at the expense of the poor. But that tired talking point was wrong following the enactment of the 2017 Trump tax cuts, and it is definitely wrong under this bill today. People who make over $1 million annually will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they currently do. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 13% tax cut. If you make less than $100,000, you get a 13% tax cut. Not only do we stop a looming $1,700 tax increase on the average American family, if these tax provisions expire, we actually deliver that same family an additional $1,300 tax cut compared to what they pay today. The winners of this bill are the working class, farmers, mechanics, waitresses, linemen, and nurses. My focus has been on delivering for America's working class because I'm a product of the working class. I grew up in a single-wide trailer in a small town of less than 5,000 people. And this bill delivers for families like mine who have fallen further behind for decades. Failure is not an option in getting this done. The one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. Otherwise, every single American will face, on average, a 22% tax increase. Nearly 30 million small businesses will lose the small business deduction and pay a tax rate above 43.4%. American manufacturing would compete with one arm tied behind its back against competitors like China. Families would have to sell the farm just to pay the IRS. Congress must deliver on the priorities expected by the 77 million Americans who voted for an America where workers and families will thrive again. Main Street and rural towns will grow again, and America wins again. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Moore, Representative Moore.
Good morning, Madam Chair, my classmate. I count it all joy to be here with members of the Rules Committee, Ranking Member McGovern and others, and I count it all joy to be able to testify on the behalf of the Ways and Means Committee and of my constituents and all those who are the least lost and left behind in America. I want to talk about the tax provisions of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I really can't argue with the president over the fact that this bill is big. It's 1,000 pages of a big bonanza for billionaires. I know that we have been accused of characterizing this as a bonanza for billionaires, and the numbers will bear that out. I know, Madam Chair, you're fond of fact-checking stuff, so I hope that you will do that on behalf of the American public when it comes to talking about how those folks under $100,000 are going to experience such a great growth in wealth and income. You've heard a lot about work requirements and how that's going to generate all these savings. You heard about how these lazy little boys that are in the basement playing video games and saying to mom, you bring down some more potato chips, are going to, that's going to cost $800 billion in savings. How many of these boys do we have? Are there that many video games, I would have to ask. You know, we're talking about how we're just going to rout out waste, fraud, and abuse, and that's somehow going to generate over $1 trillion in savings. I'm asking you, even those of you who are not that good in math, to try to figure this out with me. Let's begin the analysis of this bill, not with all the numbers that we're all going to be throwing around here this morning, but let's just begin this analysis with a moral question. Should children go hungry or be left to suffer or die from treatable diseases? And if your answer to that, anybody, if your answer is no, then just sort of reason backwards from that precipice and see if the justification of this bill sort of unravels. I'm so happy to be the last person to speak on this panel because we have heard from our colleagues and on other committees about the harms that this bill is going to do to millions and millions of our constituents, fellow Americans. We're going to cut $230 billion out of SNAP. We're going to kick 13.7 million people off their health insurance. We're going to trigger $500 billion in cuts from Medicare, those of us who are protecting seniors here on this panel. We're going to reduce educational opportunity for American children who are least able. There are kids who just might not be chosen. I was one of those kids. I wasn't chosen, and I didn't have any choice. And this is who we're going to take money from. We're sitting here bragging about so-called savings. And what are we going to do with these savings? What are we going to do with the savings? Are we going to take these savings and reduce our debt? Nope, we're not going to do that. These tax cuts are so massive that we don't have enough kids to starve. We don't have enough people to deny health care. So we're just going to ask Americans to finance tax cuts for billionaires on the national debt, on the credit card. I just paid off a credit card. I was so relieved. It was the first night's sleep I had in a long time. And we have people here. I know my good friend, the chairman of our committee, does not like debt. Well, he used to not like debt, but he kind of likes debt today. The JCT scored this bill at $3.8 trillion. $3.8 trillion. But that's not even the real score. Why not? Because of all the budget gimmicks in there. You know, they've got all kind of budget tricks in this billionaire bonanza bill, like cutting the budget window after 9 years and making dozens of provisions that benefit regular Americans temporary to get them through the 2026 cycle, to get them through President Trump's tenure as president, assuming that he won't get a third term. Otherwise, he's going to have to do something else. But that being the case, I mean, it is so cynical to tell people we're going to give these to you. We're going to have permanent tax cuts for wealthy people. But we're going to make this temporary, just long enough to trick you into believing that it helps. So, what is the cost of this bill after we strip away all the gimmicks? It's going to be, not including the interest on the debt, it's going to be at least $5 trillion. So, my twist on Mark Twain's statement, there are lies, damn lies, and then there's trickle-down economics. You know what? We've heard, at least, I'm 74 years old, and I swear to God, I can remember when the talk of the trickle started. And it hasn't trickled yet. And this bill is not going to start to trickle. The so-called fiscal hawks will try to make you believe that this country club urban legend that tax cuts pay for themselves. It has never worked, but it just has not stopped the talking point. That's what it is. That they claim that this bill will generate $2.6 trillion of revenue from economic growth. There is not one. Produce them. Fact check this, Madam Chair. Where is the economist who will back up those numbers? Where they at? They ain't here. Deficits aside, this bill is ugly, as we say, because it is ultimately a betrayal of the contract that we have made with the American people, and especially to our babies and to our working people. You know, it's a union hall, you know, working man's bill, but it is all for the millionaires and billionaires. The so-called no tax on tips. That's a distraction from the windfall that they're giving to the richest people in the country. Let's just put the facts out. Let's talk some numbers. I've been just hollering and hooping. Let's put some numbers out. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make over $1 million per year on average get a tax cut of $81,500 under this bill. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make under $50,000 per year on average get a tax cut of $265. That means a person who makes over $1 million per year on average gets 310 times what a person making under $50,000 gets. Now, this notion that if we don't pass this one big, beautiful bill, that taxes are going to go up for everybody. This is a choice. Tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires is not tethered to our doing something for regular people. Y'all chose to do that. It's perfectly possible to draft tax legislation in a way that doesn't provide the most fortunate among us with a windfall. But y'all chose to do it. Now, in the Ways and Means markup, we stayed up all night, and I do empathize with you, Madam Chair, for having to stay up all night, because we stayed up all night. And I see some of my colleagues are still here, staying up all night again. We offered 33 amendments, 33, to keep the wealthiest from getting the benefit, most of the benefit from this tax cut. So we suggested that, there shouldn't be any tax cuts for individuals making over $400,000 a year. Republicans voted no. We suggested that, if they make $10 million, we shouldn't give them a tax cut. Republicans voted no. We said, how about $100 million? Republicans voted no. We said $1 billion. They voted no. You know how they voted. No one was just too rich for this tax cut in the worldview of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Ways and Means Committee. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, the JCT numbers show that this bill is even worse for people on the bottom rung. By 2029, according to JCT numbers, after the temporary tax cuts for people making under $30,000 for a year, on an aggregate, they're gonna, as a group, they're gonna be paying $5 billion more in taxes. That's a big tax cut, Madam Chair. Fact check that. Now, imagine that, Madam Chair. There's so many ugly things in this bill, in this 1,000 pages of this big, beautiful bill. My 5 minutes could not possibly do them justice. Making it easier. I couldn't believe it when I saw this, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. I couldn't believe it when they proposed to take away the taxes on silencers for guns. What, Madam Chair, why? There's a $200 tax on buying silencers for guns. And then we're going to kick 2 million children off the child tax credit. They brag about doubling the child tax credit, but Madam Chair, the poorest, the neediest, the most vulnerable children get nothing, unless their parents earn money. And what I say is that, why don't we just make the kids go to work? Just cut to the chase. Tell kids, y'all got to start working. Maybe cut some of them school hours and go work as the shampoo girl so that your mama can get money to do what we know did. We cut poverty in half when we expanded the child tax credit to include the poorest, the 17 million kids that this bill doesn't cover. So, at the end of the day, the main thing, let's keep the main thing, that this legislation before us will make Americans more in debt, will make them hungrier, will make them sicker, will make them more ignorant. They'll be falling behind other nations, will be upending national security, all to lavish more and more and more and more on the luckiest and wealthiest among us. And Madam Chair, I am and I just want to point out to y'all, full disclosure, I'm woke, and I yield back.
Well, Ms. Moore, I think that applause indicates performance, having been brought to the Rules Committee this morning. I do have a lot of fact checks, but as I've done a couple of times this morning, I am going to resist. But
I'm sure you will.
But I'm going to wind up entering some things into the record that were said about the TCJA when it was passed, to show that the same kinds of things are being said now, and they're wrong, and they're going to be proven wrong, just like the things said in 2017.
Madam Chair, can I just make an intervention? We're not talking about the 2017 tax cut and I wasn't here then. This is the bill that I have gone through, and what I have said, you can fact check what I said, and people are going to be hungry. and losing health care. Let's talk about this bill. I don't want to talk about that bill because
Well,
I
let
wasn't
me
there.
talk about this bill.
Okay, talk about it, man.
Chairman Smith.
You the chair. You can do whatever you want.
Chairman Smith. Our friends on the other side of the aisle continue to assert that the extension of the 2017 tax cuts places an additional burden on our working class families and benefits only billionaires and special interests. However, isn't it true that President Trump's tax cuts increased American families' income and were a boon to the working class, and that the bottom 20% of earners saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years, while the top 10% of earners now pay over 75% of all income taxes? And as a result of the Trump tax cuts, the 1% paid more income taxes than ever before. Can you check my facts?
Your facts are 100% accurate. I think it's important to note, Chair Fox, if you listen to the counterparts that you just heard, if you use their statements, it actually proves that our tax bill is cutting taxes for working class. My good friend from the Ways and Means Committee said that in 2029, $5 billion in tax increases on people because of the expiring provisions. In order to those to be increased, that means they had to be cut, and that's what we're doing here. We are cutting $5 billion for those tipped employees, those Uber drivers, those linemen who work overtime, and it's for 4 years. I hope it's much longer, but you know what? Don't say that it's increasing $5 billion, but you're not giving us credit for the $5 billion tax cut that we're doing right now. And I also want to point out, Chair Fox, back in 2017, in those Trump tax cuts, the 17 million children that Ms. Moore was talking about that are being left behind, yeah, they're going to be left behind by the Democrats when they vote no on this bill, because that would mean a refundability would go from $1,700 to $1,000. So every one of those 17 million children would lose $700 pulled out because the Democrats voted no.
So in effect, the shares of those who foot the tax burden got more progressive in the 2017 bill, and will get that way, and will be that way again with this bill. Correct?
That's correct.
And last, despite all of the rhetoric, and I have to tell you, it really qualifies as rhetoric. Again, performance, I think, is a better term for it. The Democrats could have raised the tax income bracket when they were in control and passed their reconciliation efforts, because the tax cut expiration was in the 10-year window. Isn't that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
And they failed to do so. Again, they have a credibility problem here. We hear all the time from Democrats about what we're doing, but never taking responsibility for what they could have done when they had the majority in House and Senate as recently as 6 months, and the presidency as recently as 6 months ago, correct? Excuse me, they have the
6 months
majority in
ago,
the
they
House.
didn't.
They could have done that then, but they did not. Thank you again, Chairman Smith. Mr. McGovern, I'm recognizing you.
Oh, okay. So, first of all, let's be clear. I think Democrats are willing to work with Republicans on helping middle-class families with tax relief and helping those in the lower income brackets get into the middle class. That's never been a question. We don't have any problem with that. We're happy to work with you on something like that. But we're talking about this reconciliation bill, and CBO just did an analysis, which basically, and I said this earlier, I'll repeat it again, It shows how your bill would impact the bottom 10% and the top 10%. And as you see on this graph here, the bottom 10% are going to be worse off, and the top 10% are going to be much better off. And one of the reasons why is because in this beautiful bill that you think is so beautiful, there are cuts to SNAP that amount to $230 billion, cuts to Medicaid that amount to $880 billion. And so basically, I mean, I'm trying to put this politely, but middle-class families, those struggling to get a middle class, are going to be screwed if this becomes law. And we went over this earlier, with the latest version of this bill, the top 0.1% stands to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day. People who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year. For those earning less than $50,000, as Ms. Moore pointed out, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 a day. So that is what our problem is with your reconciliation bill. The people that we think that we get elected to try to fight for are going to be hurt the most in this reconciliation bill. And let me also just say, I mean, I kind of hope that we would get to a point where Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives would all agree on some fundamental basic principles. One is that, everybody should have health care. Two is that nobody should go hungry in this country. I mean, we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 46 million Americans who are food insecure or hungry. I don't know about you. I'm ashamed of that. And as I said, because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee during the debate, is that hunger is a political condition. We have the money to end hunger. We have the infrastructure. We know what to do. We lack the political will. We have the political will to give billionaires tax cuts, but we don't have the political will to end hunger in this country. In fact, what is particularly galling is that this bill takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most. I said this in the Agriculture Committee. You guys make Marie Antoinette look down to earth. I mean, this is like crazy. I can't believe that you're doing this. I mean, again, as someone who's on the Ag Committee, and the chairman heard me, and the ranking member heard me speak at length about this, but I find it unconscionable. I find it unconscionable and immoral that we're here debating a bill that's will take food away from kids. I mean, this bill will do that. All the denials won't change the fact that this bill will hurt these people. It will take food off the table of families of 7, 8, 9-year-old kids in your communities. It'll mean more kids go to school hungry, more kids get kicked off their free school meals, more kids will suffer chronic illnesses because they don't have access to good nutrition. By the way, there's a cost to being indifferent about those who are food insecure in this country. And because of this bill, more and more people are not going to go without health care, they're going to go without food. And for most of last week's hearing in the Ag Committee, and, most Republicans, this is the thing that really bothers me, most Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't even bother to show up during the debate. I mean, I made a comment, I think that almost got my words taken down. I said, look, I mean, we're all arguing about work requirements for people who are poor. How about some work requirements for members of Congress that should show up to these committee hearings and pay attention to the witnesses and offer amendments and to actually be engaged? I mean, most of them came in for 5 minutes and then left. Well, guess what? I sat there for virtually all of the 13 hours. I heard firsthand how much this bill is going to screw over kids and seniors and working families and so many other people. People who voted for Republicans and who I think now are going to feel betrayed by Republicans. They're going to lose their food assistance. Now, I don't know why so many people didn't show up, but I think it's because many of you know how deeply unpopular what you're trying to do here is among the American people. And since you guys don't want to talk about it, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. Your bill cuts SNAP, a program that provides kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities with, on average, of about $2 per meal to afford food. You're going to cut it by over $313 billion. You know, when the chairman of the Budget Committee was here a month and a half ago advocating these cuts in food assistance, I asked him a simple question. I said, what is the average SNAP benefit? He had no idea. He had no idea. He didn't know it was $2 per person per meal or $6 a day, and yet was advocating these huge cuts. But that means you're cutting 1/3 of the entire program. That is the biggest cut in history. And, you know, your bill takes food away from families with kids if their single parent is struggling to find a job or can't access child care. Your bill forces older adults up to age 65, many who have limited educations and dismal job prospects, off of benefits in 3 months. I mean, who's hiring a 64-year-old who was recently laid off? I mean, do you really think that you can change careers at 64? It's not easy. Some people can. It's not easy. Your bill prevents future increases to benefit calculations, meaning families will have less money for food in the future as costs rise. I mean, really, this is $2 per person per meal. That's what it is. And your bill threatens food benefits for 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities by shifting the cost of benefits onto states whose budgets cannot support the hundreds of millions of dollars that have to put up every year to maintain benefits for these individuals. Chairman Thompson, I want to ask you a pretty simple question. This bill, the bill that you wrote, takes benefits away from families with kids as young as 7 years old if their parent loses and cannot find another job. So let's say you're a single dad with a college degree, you live in a small rural town, there may not be a lot of jobs available, you have a college degree, but millions of single dads in this country are in this position. And let's say you get laid off from your job with no notice, no warning. And let's say it's March. So you've now got 90 days to get a new job or you lose your portion of the SNAP benefits, which means less food in the fridge for you and your family. So yes or no, Mr. Chairman, do you think it's right for the government to punish those kids because mom or dad can't get a job, locked down in 90 days? And let me just also add, the majority of able-bodied people who are on the benefit actually work. They actually work. They earn so little, they need the benefit. But I asked the question, I mean, do you think that that is an okay thing to have happen?
Well, Mr. McGovern, being on the Agriculture Committee as long as you have, I think really felt like you'd have a great grasp on the entirety of the nutrition title of the Farm Bill. States have had and will have waivers in those situations so that that they can exercise. When you got a single parent, like you said, there's not two parents there. Obviously, there's provisions if there are two parents, one parent it would apply, the other parent it would not apply to in terms of any kind of work, volunteer, or education opportunities, which we pay for. And there was also, I mean, there's a deduction from SNAP income for SNAP eligibility for uncapped amount of child care expenses, which includes child care. And then we have federal government also funds subsidized child care through the Child Care and Development Block Grant, not to mention the Child Tax Credit and the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. So absolutely, there should not be a loss of access to supplemental nutrition. I know that one of the things they talked about was CBO made the comment about 3 million people, I believe, that were coming off of SNAP. Well, those are individuals who choose not, choose not to engage in work, volunteer time, or education, or a big part of that and you're right, it's not half though, yet at the most it's 27% of folks on SNAP are working. But some of those folks are coming off because they've worked their way off, which is the American dream. They no longer are living in poverty.
I'm going to yield to, that's kind of a word salad, but the bottom line is if that single parent can't find a
I've
job,
heard word salad.
they lose their benefits. It's that simple. I mean, they lose their benefits. And by the way, we have a child care crisis in this country, too. I don't know whether Ranking Member Craig wants to add anything.
No, I would just add that one of the most egregious parts of this bill is changing that scenario where that single dad, when their child turns 7, then would have work requirements. And again, childcare crisis in our country. And, add on top of that, that if you're married, actually, only one of you has work requirements. So, it's crazy. You can stay home and still be eligible for the benefit if you're married and your spouse goes to work. But if you're a single mom or a single dad, the new dependent age for someone is 7 years old.
And by the way, the vast majority of people in this country who are on SNAP are kids. They're seniors and they're people with disabilities. And veterans as well. In your home state, Mr. Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania, they'll be, under this bill, they're going to be on the hook for over $1 billion in benefits alone if this bill is acted. So what if Pennsylvania or any other state can't meet that cost? I know you think they can, but what if they can't? I think the governor of your state says the bill will make groceries more expensive, close down local grocery stores, and force kids to go hungry. But I want to just say, this state cost share that you all talk about, saying that we're not going to cut benefits. Well, again, if Pennsylvania had to absorb $1 billion, that's a lot for a state budget. What if they can't do it? Did they then do benefit cuts?
Well, I actually reject your premise of your question that states will refuse to cover 5% of a supplemental nutrition assistance program, given that they have 2 years to adjust their state budgets. SNAP, as you know, is the only state-administered entitlement benefit that is fully funded by the federal government. And states are already paying anywhere from 25 to 50% of the cost of Medicaid benefits in their states. States are fully capable of paying for SNAP, and every single state has achieved an error rate below 6% in the last 10 years, which would bring them down to that base cost share. And really, the time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their services to SNAP participants and control costs.
Right.
And the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin in the game on benefit expenditures.
Well, as you know, it's not just 5%, it could go up to 25% and for some states. But let me switch to Ranking Member Craig so we get, get some different perspectives here. Ranking Member, what will states do if they can't meet the absurd new scam set up by Republicans in this bill?
We all know that they're going to cut the benefit. It's just that plain and simple. And look, the way that this bill takes the error rate right now, if it's $56 or less, the state does not count that, whether it's an underpayment or an overpayment. But like under this, everybody's error rate is going up. And I'm sorry that the chairwoman left, because 19% of her households in her district are benefiting from the SNAP program today. And the cost in that state is going to be just exorbitant.
So isn't this just a backdoor way to take food assistance away from people without having to get your fingerprints on it?
Well, it's shifting the blame for taking away the benefit. So this body is trying to shift the blame to states. 23 governors wrote to us to say, we cannot afford this, we cannot pay for this.
And in fact, Ranking Member, is there anything in this bill that prevents a state from cutting benefits for kids?
There's absolutely nothing in this bill.
So this bill could lead to kids, seniors, veterans, and Americans with disabilities from being cut off of food assistance or seeing their benefits reduced.
This bill will lead to benefit loss to millions of Americans.
Now, Chairman Thompson, even if you disagree with everything that we just said, would you support amendments?
And that's a pretty accurate statement,
Yeah,
Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
Yeah, but would you support amendments that simply say that SNAP provisions in this bill cannot go into effect unless no child, no veteran, and no one living in a rural community will have their food benefits cut under this bill? I mean, we tried to offer that in committee because there's great concern.
Well, Mr. Ranking Member, I don't see it necessary, given the depth and the width of the nutrition title. What we're putting forward can't be taken in a silo. You have to look the entirety of how the nutrition program works. And I don't believe, actually I believe that we're going to be empowering more children to have a better future. And there may be parents out there that will choose not to engage in work requirements that, by the way, we've had since the 1970s.
Right, but
this is not something new.
Not with kids at seven, 8-year-old, 9-year-old.
If you go back and you look at the general work requirements, it's age 6. We move it to 7
And I don't
with
know-
this bill.
And I don't know how I don't know how we provide children a better future by providing them less food and nutrition, as they're growing up. I mean,
I don't know how we guarantee a better future if we do everything we can to keep children stuck in intergenerational poverty.
Well, first of all, a lot of people who are on SNAP, who have been on SNAP, have gone on to be very successful people. This kind of stigmatization that if you're on SNAP, that somehow you're going to always be stuck in poverty is just not the reality. I'll go to Ms. Craig and then to Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offended by your last statement. My own mother was a single mom who was going to school at night to get her teaching degree for 9 years to become a teacher. Yep, she did it, but under the scenario we just outlined, my mom would no longer be eligible for benefits once I turned 7 years old because my mom is going to school, not able to work during 80 hours a month. That is the truth, and you know it. And look, 11 million people, according to the Center on Budget and Policy, including 4 million children, live in households that would be at risk of losing these benefits if this bill passes.
Well, and if I can, I'd just say, you read the bill, it's an average of 80 hours a month. That's 20 hours a week. Doesn't have to be 20 hours. It just has to be an average of 80 over a month. And it is work. And like the ranking member said, approximately 27% of SNAP recipients are working today already, but they're living in poverty. But it can be volunteer work, but it also, your mom would qualify because she was actually getting education, and that is a qualifier for
not 80 hours
SNAP
a week,
benefits.
not 80 hours a month.
And let me just, we throw around these numbers, 13 million people will lose their health care, 5 million people will lose their food assistance benefits. And I worry sometimes that there are people in this chamber, who look at those numbers and kind of view them as statistics and fail to appreciate kind of the human element behind them. One of the things that I've learned in this job is that people's lives are complicated. And one glove doesn't fit all. And as much as we want to, say that this should apply to everybody or this should apply to everybody and this, and it is complicated. And my experience, especially with a lot of single parents raising kids, they want to be good parents because that's the best thing they can do to make sure their kids have a bright future. And to have to add on to that now, if I don't meet this new requirement, I will lose my SNAP benefit, and there'll be less food in the house. I don't understand why this is something that my Republican friends feel that they have to do. But, Ms. Moore?
Mr. Ranking Member, we can also say, that has been a quandary of certain folks in certain situations. You're right. It's complex. People have very different lives.
What happens if child care is not available?
And that is why the state
has
and will retain flexibility with waivers to be able to meet those individual needs. We just need to make sure that the states administer their programs according to the intent of Congress.
Lots of luck with that. And I would just, again, say, I think a better way to do it is to not make these cuts and maybe not give tax breaks to billionaires. But Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate this vigorous discussion. As a co-chair of the bipartisan foster youth program here in Congress, I can tell you that leaving a 7-year-old at home while the parent goes to work, there's a name for that. It's called child abuse and neglect. That will get you a case. And I know people in their homes for that very reason. They were at work, couldn't afford child care, and left their child at home. Let me just say this. As a survivor of childhood sexual assault, I guarantee you that Chester the molester is going to know that your child is at home on a regular basis while you're out working to meet these work requirements. And they will find an opportunity to pretend that your mom told them to come by, or you've seen them, or come on, go to the store with me. And if you're 7 years old, you're vulnerable. I can tell you that if the house catches on fire while that 7-year-old is in the house, because they tried to make themselves some chicken nuggets and turn the stove on, that is going to be a little bit of a problem. I also want to mention another thing about this 80 hours. I think this 80 hours is very interesting. I remember my daughter once working for a daycare center, and I mean, the minute she hit that 19th hour, no matter how busy they were, they sent her home. Right. Because they didn't want to incur payroll tax charges. There's employers make decisions that low-wage people, low-income people, people that you're targeting, don't have any choice about it. You're working in a fast food restaurant, they're not going to let you work 40 hours a week, so they have to pay workman's comp. They're not going to let you work 20 hours a week in order to do it. They're dumb if they do. Because they don't, the whole point is to have people churning in and out. So I don't want to, this is, I so appreciate my colleagues here from the Ag Committee that have greater information about this particular part of the bill, but I just could not let it pass without talking, so if you want to change anything, this 7-year-old at home alone, it's a name for it. Child abuse and neglect. Thank you. Now you're back.
I just want to ask a few quick questions to Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith, you keep saying that if we don't pass this beautiful bill, it will result in the biggest tax increase in history. Well, as I see it, that's your fault. And why? Because when you passed your tax bill in 2017, you made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but you made the tax cuts for middle class temporary. So when those cuts expire, and the rates go up on hardworking Americans, is because you drafted your bill. That's why you drafted your bill. I mean, another thing, you keep touting no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, setting aside that under this bill, parts of tips and overtime are still taxed, just like in 2017, you drafted those tax cuts as only being temporary, they expire. So if these are an important centerpiece to help working class Americans, why are you making them expire? Why are those tax cuts temporary?
So the bill that we passed in 2017 out of the House made everything permanent. It was the other side of the building that put the expirations in, but the bill that I drafted, Mr. McGovern, and that I was part of the Ways and Means Committee made everything permanent. And the good thing about it is this one big, beautiful bill before you will make all those expiring provisions permanent.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the child tax credit should go down in 2029?
You're talking about 2029.
Yeah, no,
that is the enhanced boost that we're doing, which is $500 more for the child tax credit.
But you think it should expire in 2029?
I would love for it to go longer, but I would love for Democrats to work with us to try to make sure we have permanent tax policy.
Do you think the standard deduction should fall in 2029?
Absolutely not. That's why I think Democrats would want to work with us to make sure that we continue to provide tax relief for working families.
Do you think taxes should go up on senior citizens in 2029?
That's why I hope Democrats will work with us to make sure that we're providing tax relief for seniors.
Do you think people should have to pay taxes on their tips in 2029?
That's why you'll vote with me to make sure that it doesn't happen, right, Mr. McGovern?
And do you think that people should have to pay tax on their overtime in 2029?
That's why we're eliminating it in this bill, and that's why you're voting against it.
No, I mean, I'm voting against it because I don't like the taxes for billionaires and the cuts in health care and the egregious
But no
cuts in
tax
food
for
and food
overtime is
benefits.
in this bill,
But
and you'll be voting no.
I mean, and as I said at the beginning, I mean, we're more than willing to work with you on tax cuts and tax relief for those in the middle and for those vulnerable populations. But it just seems that all these provisions that seem to benefit the people who are most well-off and well-connected don't have to worry about that, but all this other stuff we do. So I'll just close with this. You know, I think this is an awful bill. And I understand why we began meeting at 1 in the morning to talk about this, because I think my Republican friends don't want people to know about it. The idea of people losing health care benefits, and the idea of billionaires getting tax cuts, and people losing their food benefits, I said this in the Ag Committee. I said that there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from hungry people. And I feel very, very strongly about this. I'm angry that this is the path that you have chosen to go down, and we're going to fight like hell on the House floor. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize Ms. Fishbach for her time of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can tell who got a full night's sleep, so that just kind of shows. But first, I want to start out by thanking Chairman Thompson for all of your work on your portion of the bill. I know you've been working a long time, and you have not only the America's farmers in concern, that you're concerned with them and you're working towards them, but also the people that are affected by the bill. So I appreciate your work. And Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Walberg, appreciate what you've done. I mean, you have done wonderful things, and I know that you've been working on it for months and months and months. It went through your committee, and we've all been working on those things over a great span of time. And Mr. Smith, Chairman Smith, excuse me, I have to say, I thank you for your work on Ways and Means, and I was honored to work with you on that. We've been working well over a year, working through all of these provisions and making sure that we are addressing the issues that we need to keep the economy going, to offer tax breaks to the middle income, and all of those things that we did. And you mentioned some of the provisions, or a lot of the provisions that were and we've discussed a few of them that are in the bill. And, I wanted to get just a little more specific, because some of, as we were talking about, we need to talk about people, we need to talk about what's going on. And, we heard about how important 199A, over the year that we worked, and I'm sure everybody has heard from their constituents, we heard about how important the 199A 20% deduction is, and we were able to increase that to 23%. I'll just tell you, in my district, that affects 55,000 small businesses and family farms. And you know what? I don't think they're billionaires. I mean, if I have 55,000 billionaires in my district, that's incredible. I would like to meet them. And just to put it into perspective, in Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 60,000 small businesses that would be hit with a 43.4% tax rate if this bill isn't put in place. In Mr. Negus's district, it's over 110,000 small businesses that are affected by 199A. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, it is over 41,000 small businesses. And in Mr. McGovern's, it is 67,000 small businesses that are affected. And these are not billionaires. They're not billionaires. These are small businesses, the backbone of our communities. And that's why that's so important. This bill does invest in tax relief for workers, families, farmers, rural communities in a way that we haven't seen before. This is incredible. And if we talk about the child tax credit, we talk about the enhanced child tax credit. In my district, 75,000 families are affected by that provision. In Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 83,000 families that are affected by that. Mr. Negus's district, 73,000 families that are affected by the child tax credit. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, 75,000. And in Mr. McGovern, almost 100,000. And all of those people would see their child tax credit cut in half without this bill. These are regular people, regular middle-income people that will be affected if we do not take to heart those provisions and pass this bill. This is about making sure that people have what they need and the middle income are there and supported. And I also just wanted to say, we've made some mention about the length of time and that these provisions haven't been made permanent. And just as a side note, just to throw it out, when Democrats in 2022 passed the Inflation Reduction Act, they only extended the enhanced premium tax credits through 2025. Was there an election in 2024? Yeah. Because I think that was the implication, that we had somehow done it because of an election. But instead, what was prioritized in that bill was wealthy individuals trying to buy electric vehicles. So that was the difference. This bill actually helps the middle income not to just do that. But I did want to just really focus a little bit, and I want Mr. Chairman Smith, you know, we've talked a lot about the families and the middle income, but I did want to circle back and just talk a little bit about the provision that we put for seniors, that we created for seniors. So if you could talk just a little bit about that.
Absolutely. First off, I just want to hit on this bill affects 40 million children with the child tax credit. So every congressional district is drastically affected. In regards to the tax relief for seniors, this is currently in the tax code. A senior 65 years old and older gets to deduct about $1,900 from their standard deduction. They can get the standard deduction if they're single, $15,000, and then that senior deduction is an added tax savings for them. What we did, we actually increased it $4,000. So now they'll be able to deduct almost $6,000 of that standard deduction, and that is equivalent. That is the equivalent of a person who makes $75,000 or less a year not owing any on Social Security, any taxes on Social Security.
And Chairman Smith, I just have to ask so we can make sure that everybody understands. Are those billionaires?
If someone makes less than $75,000 a year, they're definitely not billionaires.
Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I hear that a lot, that we are just, you know, benefiting billionaires, and it's absolutely not true. The American people are positively affected by this bill, the average middle-income family, and I thank you for putting it together, and I thank the chair for all of the input for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to our witnesses. Thank you for joining us here. You can thank the speaker for scheduling the early morning wake-up call for everyone. For some reason, I keep thinking of a song, There's Got to Be a Morning After. It was from a disaster film, which may be an appropriate analogy here, because we all know that you don't schedule a 1 a.m. hearing unless you have a disaster of a bill that you want to hide from the public. And we don't have to look far to see why they want to hide this bill. It's an all-out assault on the American social contract. They're trying to sell it as some kind of economic growth plan. Thank you, trickle-down fictions again. But if you look past the press releases, what you find is a Frankenstein monster of a bill that kicks people off their health care, cuts nutrition assistance for working families, guts clean energy investments, and hands out trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the wealthiest people of the country. And as we learned from a CBO report overnight, it's going to cut $500 billion from Medicare in addition to the cuts to Medicaid, and impose or initiate a wealth transfer from the 10% of folks in this country who have the lowest income to the 10% that have the highest. So not saying that there aren't lots of tax cuts in here, but it's at whose expense, I think, is the question. If Ms. Fishbach wants to have a conversation about tax cut for small businesses, we would love to have that conversation, but it was never brought up for discussion with the entirety of Congress. What we have seen, and in my district, maybe it's not the same thing in her district, but we've seen that tens of thousands of people will lose their health insurance, tens of thousands of families will lose SNAP benefits, and that's just unacceptable. Let's start with the cuts to food assistance. At a time when food prices are high and getting higher because of tariffs, when wages haven't kept up with the cost of living, when families are still recovering from the financial strain of the pandemic, this bill takes a sledgehammer to SNAP. We're talking about a program that helps feed nearly 42 million Americans, 1 in 4 children in this country, one of the most effective anti-poverty programs that we have. It lifts millions out of poverty every year, and it does so with efficiency and dignity. At a certain level, it even provides a form of corporate welfare so that big businesses don't have to pay their workers a living wage. But Republicans aren't satisfied with that. Instead of working to expand access to food, this bill imposes more paperwork requirements, shortens eligibility windows, and slashes benefits. Republicans are claiming this will promote work, but the overwhelming body of evidence shows that their work requirements don't actually increase employment. They just make it harder for people to eat. You can't work if you're hungry. You can't hold down a job if you can't afford to feed your kids. Kids can't succeed in school if they're hungry. And no one can pull themselves up by their bootstraps if they're stuck in a hole that Congress has already dug for them. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the SNAP cuts in this bill could result in nearly 2 million people losing access to food assistance. That's 2 million seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, single moms being told by the government of the richest nation on earth, sorry, you're on your own. And to what end? So that Republicans can claim to save a few $1 billion at the same time that they're extending the Trump tax cuts for the top 1%, a move that is going to cost this country over $3 trillion over the next decade. So let's be crystal clear. The trade-off that Republicans are proposing in this bill is not between cutting waste and boosting growth. It's between feeding children and giving billionaires another yacht. And speaking of tax cut, let's talk about what the bill does on that front, because it's breathtaking in its recklessness. It locks in place the worst parts of the 2017 Trump tax law. It extends tax breaks for corporations, slashes taxes for people at the very top, and opens up new loopholes for the ultra-wealthy to exploit. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Tax Policy Center, more than half the benefits from these tax provisions go to the top 1%. Meanwhile, middle-class families will see little to no benefits, and millions of them will actually see their taxes go up because the cost of the Trump tariffs are greater than the tax cut they're going to receive. So this bill was going to increase the already obscene inequality in our tax code and do so at a moment when the ultra-wealthy are already paying a lower effective tax rate than working-class Americans. If you want to talk about fairness and rewarding work, maybe we should start by asking why a billionaire hedge fund manager pays a lower effective tax rate than a firefighter, a nurse, a plumber, or a school teacher. This isn't tax reform, it's tax rigging. It's trickle-down economics with a fresh coat of paint. And like every other time this theory has been tried, it's going to end in disaster. We already have a preview of what's coming because the fiscal impact of this bill is a five-alarm fire. The bill's projected to add more than $3 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years, and that's not coming from liberal think tanks. It's coming from conservative think tanks and former Republican budget officials. And that's a baseline estimate. That's before the creative accounting and gimmicks get stripped away. Once you dig into the details, factor in the full cost of the tax cut extensions, the impact of the new tariffs, and the backloaded nature of the spending cuts, the real number could be much higher. And that's before we even see what's going to be in the amendment that nobody's seen yet to this bill before it hits the floor. So Republicans are saying, don't worry, tax cuts will pay for themselves, but we've heard this song before. They said the same thing in 2001. They said it again in 2003. They definitely said it in 2017. And in every single case, the result was the same: bigger deficits, slower growth, and greater income inequality. There's no serious economist, none, who believes that extending the tax cuts will magically balance the budget. And we know that Moody's just downgraded our credit rating in part because they know these tax cuts will balloon the deficit and make our fiscal situation even worse. How do the Republicans propose to deal with that deficit? Not by rolling back the tax cuts, not by asking the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share, but by cutting health care, slashing food assistance, and gutting the programs that ordinary Americans rely on every day. So looking at the health care cuts, because they're among the most devastating parts of this bill, if this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million people lose their health coverage. 14 million, millions of low-income Americans who rely on Medicaid for doctor's visits, prescription drugs, life-saving treatments. That includes working families who use the Affordable Care Act to buy coverage on the marketplace. It includes cancer patients, people with disabilities and chronic illnesses, and seniors in nursing homes. We're hearing from all of our nursing homes about how devastating these cuts will be. This bill rolls back Medicaid expansion, slashes subsidies for ACA coverage, and imposes harsh new work requirements that will lead to coverage losses without increasing employment. And we know this because the data is overwhelming. When Arkansas imposed similar Medicaid work requirements a few years ago, more than 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no measurable increase in employment. That's because most Medicaid recipients are already working or they're caring for a child, or they have a disability, or they're in school. So the work requirements are just so-called work requirements. They're actually paperwork requirements. They'll kick people off Medicaid not because they aren't eligible, but because they have to jump through more hoops to prove it. And it's not about promoting work. It's about punishing poverty and making life harder for people who are already struggling. Just like with SNAP, the savings from these health care cuts are pennies compared to the cost of the tax breaks that Republicans are giving to their wealthy donors. You don't get to call yourself fiscally responsible when you're taking health care away from cancer patients so that Elon Musk can get another tax write-off. Congressional Budget Office has been crystal clear. Medicaid work requirements don't increase employment, they just increase the paperwork and the number of people who lose health care. This isn't about work. It's about trying to justify an unjustifiable tax giveaway to the rich. And then we have the clean energy and environmental investments that are being gutted in this bill. At a time when we're seeing record wildfires, catastrophic flooding, skyrocketing insurance premiums due to climate-related disasters, Republicans want to gut the very programs that are helping us fight back. This bill rescinds billions of dollars in clean energy tax credits, slashes funding for renewable energy deployment, blocks support for home energy efficiency that many homeowners in my district have been able to use to upgrade their furnaces and water heaters and reduce their energy costs. And it even goes after investments in climate resilience and environmental justice. So this is just sabotage. These clean energy investments aren't just good for the planet, they're good for our economy. They've created jobs, they've reduced household energy bills, and they keep our air and water clean, and they help our communities, particularly disadvantaged communities, prepare for and respond to climate threats. But because these provisions were passed by Democrats and they help us transition to more sustainable energy sources and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, Republicans are determined to tear them down. And the irony is that a lot of these projects are happening in red states, Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa. They're leading the way in wind and solar development. But this bill is going to pull the rug out from under that progress, all to make a political point. The American people deserve better than this. They deserve a government that works for them, not one that caves to corporate lobbyists, science deniers, and billionaire donors. So just looking at the whole picture, this bill cuts food assistance from working families, kicks millions off their health care, hands trillions in tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans, blows a multi-trillion-dollar hole in the federal deficit, and sabotages our fight against climate change. So it's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, disgraceful betrayal of the American people. It's a bill that punishes the poor, rewards the rich, and threatens the stability of our economy. And the fact that it's being rushed through the House with no real debate, with new things being exposed about it practically on an hourly basis, no final CBO score, no transparency, no accountability, should alarm everyone here, regardless of party. So obviously, I'm not a fan of the bill. We have to do better. The sun is up. The American people are looking. Ranking Member Craig, this bill includes the most significant cuts to SNAP in decades. Can you explain what this means for working families and children and seniors who rely on SNAP to put food on the table?
Yeah, it's devastating. It is the largest cut in American history to the most successful anti-hunger program in American history. I mean, we're talking about, and let me make sure my Republican colleagues understand this. The nutrition title is a title in the Farm Bill. This absolutely destroys the Farm Bill coalition that we have worked for decades to establish in our country.
One issue that is raising a lot of concern in Pennsylvania, which I represent, as does Mr. Thompson, is that for the first time ever, this bill would require states to start paying a portion of SNAP benefits. What would this kind of cost shift, Ms. Craig, mean for the state's ability to serve their residents?
Well, at the end of the day, every state's going to make its own decision about what they can accomplish here, and the net effect is going to be in many states around this country, they're going to cut the benefit. States already share 50% of the administration cost of this program. That goes to 75%. Most states, including Pennsylvania, are going to be on the hook for 25% of the benefit cost after this bill passes.
Well, I know that our state legislators are already gravely concerned about the reduction in federal benefits coming to the Commonwealth, and this is not giving them any ease. Representative Moore, the majority claims this bill is a middle-class tax cut, but analysis shows that people earning under $50,000 a year would get an average tax cut of less than $1 a day, while the top 1% would get nearly $300,000 a year. Does that sound like a fair or balanced approach to tax policy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Ms. Scanlon. You are correct that it really increases inequality. And if, for those of us who remember our history, when we went into the Great Depression, it was the biggest inequality we had experienced in American history. And this sort of resembles putting us in that direction. This bill is the top 1% get 20% of the benefit in 2027. The top 5% get 40% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit of this bill. Ms. Scanlon, if you'll just indulge me for a moment, I just want to talk a little bit about the quote-unquote small business benefit. I noticed that Ms. Fishbach referenced the numbers of small businesses in all of the Democrats' communities that would be affected. And so I just have a real question. Is or is it ain't a small business? I'm looking at one of the things I think is particularly egregious. One of the most expensive pieces of this big, beautiful bonanza for billionaires. That's the 199A deduction. They claim it's for small business, this pass-through. And, they wax on about, how important it is. In 2022, that was the year that we were able the JCT was able to find data. In 2022, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income, all of it qualified business income, in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year. That small business claimed about $6,500, $6,500 on average. Taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income in the neighborhood of $10 million. Still, this is a small business. They claimed about $520,000 of this deduction on average. In 2022, there were about 800 taxpayers. They're supposed to be, I know, Mr. Smith here is going to tell you that there are limits on how much you can earn in order to qualify for the 199A, but not so much in this bill, nor in 2022. There are about 800 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes exceeding $100 million that received the 199A deduction and claimed $11 million of the deduction on average. And I'm not going to be picking on Republicans here in their district. I'll just talk about people in my community in Wisconsin. Dick and Liz Eline in Wisconsin saved over $40 million in taxes in 2018 by claiming this 199A deduction, and they received $115 million. Now, the next question is, well, these are our job creators. And I know I'm being performative. But in 2022, of the 17 million people who claimed the 199A deduction, fact checks this. 84% of these businesses had 0 employees, 0. And so, thank you for asking me that question. And yeah, the benefit goes primarily to rich people. And like I said, just in the examples that you've given, the average taxpayer, not talking about business, but individual, is going to receive $265, at least until it expires in 2029.
I appreciate that, and I have a few more questions for you, but I wanted to yield to the chairwoman for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I think many people in here have just heard that our colleague Jerry Conway has just passed.
Oh, no.
So I want to ask us all to stop and say a prayer for his family. Please take some time.
Thank you, Madam
everybody, and Ms. Scanlon.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for doing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely the right thing to do. You're recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
I appreciate that. Certainly a valued colleague, and this is quite a loss. Representative Moore, we had just talked about the fact that the top 1% or top 0.1% are going to get a $300,000 per year tax break, which is almost 4 times the median household income in my district. So the fact that the very top would not only not pay their fair share, but this kind of break, what do those kind of trade-offs say about the values and priorities in this legislation?
Ms. Scanlon, it exacerbates the income equality that we have. But more importantly than that, it really, really demonstrates that our values as Americans have sort of gone askew. When you can provide 310 times the benefit for the top than you do for the bottom, you are depriving people of the opportunity to participate in our economy in a meaningful way. And the costs of that are tremendous. And then when you pile on stuff that's not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction, like the cuts to SNAP, the cuts to Medicaid. When you give somebody, it's $265 tax return, how far is that going to go with compensating for their loss of SNAP and Medicaid? There's not one page in here that gives them any child care assistance or anything else. And I just want to point out that, we hear on and on and on, and I know Medicaid is not within our jurisdiction, but Medicare is, parts of Medicare are. And, I'm so sorry, I'm just a little bit upset about Jerry, my friend. But what we're seeing is that as we dismantle healthcare and we dismantle SNAP, we're not just depriving the poorest of the poor. We are dismantling healthcare, period. Rural hospitals are going to close. Urban hospitals are going to close down their maternity wards. Graduate students, I had docs come and say, graduate students, people who graduate from medical school aren't going to be able to have residencies because there didn't be no hospitals. And even if you have the best health insurance, the premier, you're rich, when you have your heart attack, you're not going to make it when you got to drive 35 miles to get to the ER. So when you think that it's just only them lazy boys in the basement that are going to be hurt, you better think twice You're going to put a thick when your provider leaves the area because there are too many Medicaid patients and go somewhere, you know, Scottsdale, Arizona or something, where there are rich people to practice so that they can, and you have no providers at all.
Well, I wanted to pursue that line with Mr. Pallone. In our community, we actually just lost the major healthcare system. It was bought out by a private equity entity and bankrupted, and we have been unable to find anyone to take it over because the Medicaid funding source is so unstable or not sustainable, or these cuts were threatened. So can you talk a little bit about what this is going to mean, these cuts to Medicaid for the entire community?
Well, as you point out, or already been stated, when hospitals and all healthcare institutions depend on some kind of reimbursement, either private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it is. And if your hospital or your nursing home or your community health center, whatever, is highly dependent on Medicaid, which many rural hospitals and institutions are, then they just don't get the reimbursement rate. And now these people are coming to the emergency room and they're going into the uncompensated care because they can't afford to pay the bill. And so what does the hospital do? Well, most states don't have the ability to make up for that. Some don't have much pay out much uncompensated care at all. And so they either close because, now they can't make it, or they try to pass that on to private payers or other government, or other government payment programs. The other alternative is that the quality of care goes down. So in the case of a nursing home, rather than, if they don't close, then, and they get less money, then they just provide less services. One of the things that disturbed me the most in this bill, in the Energy and Commerce mark, was that the Republicans take away the nursing home staffing ratio, right? I think they saved $7 or $8 billion by doing that. But what happens then? There's no nurse there at night. There's no nurse. And people die because there's nobody to take care of them. The services go down. I remember years ago in my state, we had terrible nursing home situations, safety, health hazards, nursing homes burned down, people died in the fires in my hometown. I don't want to go back to that. We've made a lot of progress, and we certainly don't want to go back to that. But if I could just add, when the gentleman from Wisconsin said that, from the Energy and Commerce perspective, we're not involved with the taxes, and I do think that, lower income or even middle income people are going to pay more with this bill in taxes. But we're concentrating on all these other affordability issues, right? In other words, we spent our time when we were in the majority trying to expand options so people could live and it was more affordable. So expanding Medicaid was an example of that, right? Making, expansion of SNAP, having affordable connectivity programs so people could afford, to pay for the internet. LIHEAP, right? All those things are on the chopping block now. Some of them are on the chopping block in this bill with the Medicaid cuts. But, the president is essentially eliminating LIHEAP. The Republicans refuse to renew affordable connectivity. In this bill, they have up to $35 copay that's mandated, so people have to pay more out of pocket. So what are we talking about here? Everything in this bill, and I don't even get into the tax issues now, everything in this bill that's within our committee makes things less affordable. Right? At a time when the president said, when I'm elected, prices are going to go down, everything's going to become more affordable. It's the opposite is happening. Groceries cost more, inflation's going up, everybody's, and this is just aggravating that situation completely. It is the reverse Robin Hood. That's exactly what it is. Take from the poor and give to the rich. Not just with the taxes, but also with everything else, because all these things are paying for tax breaks primarily for wealthy people and corporate interests.
Well, you've touched on so many issues that are of really paramount concern for my constituents. The LIHEAP cuts obviously are huge in our northeastern cities where we have cold winters and hot summers. The Medicaid copay, as I understand it, that was something that many of our Republican colleagues were unaware of, the fact that this bill would impose a Medicaid copay. The issues with respect to hospitals, we hear quite a bit about how these Medicaid cuts are going to hurt rural hospitals, but they obviously also hurt our frontline urban hospitals. And we just had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about how many of our urban hospitals we've lost because they were dependent on Medicaid. So that remains a huge issue. Could you comment at all? As I understand it, there's a provision in this bill that would impact the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers, which is something we've been trying to work on with the Black maternal health crisis in this country, and the fact that we have women dying at a rate in this country that is 3-4 times the rate of other developed nations. And one of the proven tactics for reducing maternal mortality is to make sure that women have health care coverage for the first year after birth.
I have to mention that Robin Kelly is in the room, who's a member of our committee, and she, with the CBC Brain Trust, worked very hard on a lot of these maternal mortality issues, because they even, in a disparate way, even affect Black women even more so, But yeah, I mean, that was another thing that we did as Democrats. We expanded to 1 year postpartum coverage, which is negatively impacted in this bill. And again, it's another example of how Democrats were trying to make things better and more affordable and keep people healthy, as opposed to Republican efforts, which will all go in the other direction.
Representative Scott, Pennsylvania has a disproportionately high level of folks who have student loans, and they have a greater dollar value on average than most states, and that may be in part because of problems with funding our state universities, but nevertheless, we have a lot of people who have a lot of student loans that they are struggling to pay at this point. Can you comment on what this bill would do with respect to student loans?
Well, there are a couple of things on student loans. One, it limits the amount of student loans you can take out, so a lot of students will have to choose between going to college or taking out private loans to make out the difference. But on the repayment is much more expensive. And so it's much of a problem they have now. It'll be even more. So they limit the amount of aid you can get, so a lot of students won't be able to go to school. Those that do will be paying more and for longer.
And I mean, it's an issue that is really something that over our lifetimes has really just taken on a whole new structure. I mean, when I went to college, I could work as a lifeguard and get a little help from my family and take out a few loans and could manage to do that. But now you can't, without a college degree, you can't make enough money to even begin to start paying.
Well, a few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered the 80% of the cost of going to a state college, tuition, room, and board. Now it's about 30%.
Yeah.
And covering, that's where the student loan crisis came in, because families don't have that kind of money.
Sure.
They have to, if they don't have a lot of money, they have to come up with, make it up with loans.
Yeah.
And by limiting the amount you can borrow, you may not be able to get enough to be able to go, so you don't go at all. Or you get into the private loan market and pay all kinds of extra fees. And then after you've gone, the repayment is more expensive.
Right.
So it's just a bad deal, particularly if you're going this far into debt. People ought not be worse off.
So we've got bad news on the food front, we've got bad news on the health front, we've got bad news on the education front, we've got bad news on the tax front for our working families. I think it's a bad bill, and we shouldn't move it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
I've listened to this filibuster for a good while, all of us have. And, you know, when you keep hearing the four-letter word work being demonized, when you keep hearing the fact that you're because somebody has to go to work, your children are dying, mothers are starving. You know, it's really, that's really an insult to the working Americans, to that plumber who works 80 hours a week, to that electrician who works nonstop, to that waitress who is on her feet all day long. You know, and when you look at the work requirements, fact check, Ms. Moore, you know what it is? 20 hours a week. 20 hours, that, I think, if my math's right, that's 4 hours a day.
Mr. Norman, would you yield just 1 second? It's 80 hours a month, which comes out to 18.4 hours per week. So.
Fact check.
Fact check.
Okay, 18 hours a week. Okay, that is an insult to whoever's watching this, this hearing. That's an insult to the hardworking Americans that, regardless of what you do, work brings dignity. Work brings a cause, a sense of purpose. Work brings a reason to get up in the morning. Work brings, helps find your God-given talent. And to say work is going to kill children, work is going to kill mothers, fathers, you're just wrong. You're not telling the truth. That's not right. America was built on work. And I can hear over and over and over again this rich, poor, billionaires. You know, the identity politics, thank God 77 million people said no to that. They're tired of it. And America is a great country because of work, and people are willing to do it. And it's really, you know, when you look at the fraud that's going on, and I think from what, if you check your facts.
Would the gentleman yield?
We've got, no.
All right.
There's 13 billion, that's, if you check the facts, 13 billion of fraud, like in the SNAP cases, people getting money when they shouldn't have. 13 billion per year. That's 1.3 billion per month, if I check my facts right. You know, Americans have had enough of this. And I'm sorry, I know you learned it from the President Biden. Free education, free food for 15 million illegals that came into this country. You know, free housing. I'm sorry, that's not how this country was built. And you know, I admire all of you for the work that you do. Each one of you do work. And for those who keep identifying as, you know, demonizing work and demonizing those who have been successful, you never know the long hours that they put in, the long hours that they took to build a business, the long hours that they didn't get a paycheck. So you're hurting the very people who you could give hope to. And by demonizing this, Americans are just tired of it. You want to know somebody who's a definition of hard work? Right here. Came from nothing. Look at what she did. Many of you, and if you want to say rich, I think if you've got your health, you're pretty rich. Jerry Conley would get it back. So I resent you saying that, and I really, it's a sad day that we've gotten to that point in this country when so many people are doing that. And
are you asking me a question, sir?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I didn't think you would.
Filibustered long enough.
And I think you would actually ask me a question about work.
I did not ask you a question. I'm not asking you a question. What I'm saying is, I didn't interrupt you. You went on I counted, you went on for 20 minutes, which is fine. And you are entertaining, I'll give you that. But
I'm just really smart.
Ms. Morris, my time. All I'm saying is that the wrong for the last 4 years that this country has been through a living hell with this past president. And thank God we got people who are willing to step up and go to work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend from South Carolina talked a lot about work. Just for the record, we've been working for the last 8 hours here in the committee, and I can say the same for the chairwoman. I'm not so sure I can say the same about you. I think you snuck out for a little shut-eye for a few hours, so I'm not sure. There was a lot of talk about work, but I haven't seen you in a few hours, so welcome back. Anyway, I do want to take a minute, in all seriousness, and I want to thank the chairwoman for taking a moment to center our conversation here, just to remember and honor our colleague, whom I know we all treasured, and he was a giant among giants in this institution. He was a ranking member of one of our committees. He was the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, appointed by Madam Speaker Emerita. He was one of the most prolific legislators in the House. I don't know that there's a single member of the House during his tenure in this body that had more laws signed, or excuse me, more pieces of legislation signed into law by presidents of both parties. And more than anything else, he was a fighter and a friend. And so I just know that we're going to miss him. And I think that it's a big loss for the people of Fairfax and for the folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia and for this institution. I want to ask some questions. Thank you to the panel. You all have been, I think it's the longest panel. As you know, we started at 1 a.m., so we've been here for about 8 hours. I'm told the sun has risen and that it's morning outside, but we haven't, been outside the room yet, so we'll just have to take your word for it. And as I said to the panel that preceded yours, I have been, I think maybe I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we have been on this collective journey to try to figure out why the Speaker and Republican leadership decided to do this midnight, middle of the night, dead of night hearing on your reconciliation bill. And of course, we believe it's because this bill is indefensible and the Republican leadership did not want this bill debated out in the open. And I've tried to get answers from a variety of my different colleagues. One of my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, offered an explanation more recently and essentially said, well, we did it in anticipation that there would be extensive debate by Democrats on this committee. Of course, there was only 4 of us on this committee. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, you haven't had a question in a while, so maybe I'll pose this to you. How long was your hearing in Energy and Commerce?
My hearing, first, my comments on Jerry. He was probably one of my dear friends here and was supposed to be honored this weekend in Dayton, Ohio with a NATO meeting. People don't really realize there's actually a NATO parliament, and some of us are designated, and he was the president or speaker of the NATO parliament. So not only is Jerry beloved by all of us, he's beloved around the world. All of our NATO allies, every time he showed up at a meeting, Jerry, there's Jerry, and they just, everybody adored him because he's just an adorable, wonderful person, and I'm going to miss him, and I'll be in Dayton this weekend, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to shed a lot of tears for him, so send that. So the question, my hearing went for 26 and a half hours.
26 and a half hours. What time did you start it?
We started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you weren't worried about the anticipatory debate. You knew that Ranking Member Pallone was going to come armed with extensive arguments and motions and amendments, but you decided to hold the hearing during the day, nonetheless, right?
We started during the day.
Started during the day.
Started during the day.
Yeah. Well, I wish that the Speaker would have taken the same approach, but it's clear to me, and I think clear to the American public, that he did not want to have this debate happen during the day, and I can understand why, given what we've heard thus far. Chairman Smith, I want to talk to you a bit about tax on tips. I heard your opening statement, and I think in some of the colloquies as far, I think suffice to say that you're very passionate about the no tax on tips. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I'm passionate because of the 4 million tipped employees. Just yesterday in Washington, D.C., at the restaurant that I was at, my waiter asked me, are you going to be able to deliver this, Chairman? So this affects real Americans, so very much passionate about it.
Totally. Why haven't you passed a standalone bill to get this done if it's so important?
Because there's a 60-vote rule over in the Senate.
The Senate just passed their bill yesterday.
Which is unconstitutional, because all taxing
Of
has
course,
to originate from the
I'm well
House.
aware, but I think, I guess I heard your first explanation was, well, there's 60 vote Senate barrier, so of course we could never get it passed in the Senate. But then Jackie Rosen, my understanding is, they passed the bill by unanimous consent. Of course, as you said, there's the constitutionality issue. So I just don't understand why the Ways and Means Committee doesn't just mark up a bill. Actually, I think the sponsor of the bill is sitting right behind you. He's been in this hearing since like 3 a.m., Mr. Horsford. He's got a great bill on this. I think we could get this on the bill tomorrow. I think there'd be bipartisan strong support. Clearly, there's unanimous support in the Senate. I mean, if you're so passionate about it, why don't we get it done?
Mr. Neguse, you know that I have tried to work on tax policy, bipartisan tax policy the last Congress, that we got 82% of the vote to move it forward. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. So sometimes bipartisan tax policy does not work. I believe the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the tax relief of seniors are so urgent that I would not allow a tax bill to move forward unless it includes that in the House of Representatives. That's why I'm delivering for working class Americans.
Yeah, no, well, anyway, I guess I don't want to belabor the point here. You keep referencing the Senate. Unless I'm missing something, I thought the United States Senate passed on unanimous consent without any objections Ted Cruz, Jackie Rosen, Democrat, Republican bill to not tax tips. And so I'm not really understanding the hurdle there. But anyway, you have a different worldview as to, I guess, the way to effectuate it. Can you give us a sense of where the state and local tax deduction piece is going to end? What are we going to be voting on later today?
What I'll say is that the $30,000 deduction that we passed out of the Ways and Means Committee, capping it at people who make less than $400,000, the Ways and Means Committee felt like that was a reasonable compromise that would help provide necessary tax relief. And that's what the language is right now.
Okay, but I mean, you're the chairman of the committee. We're supposed to be voting on this bill in a few hours, is what I understand. There's rumors of a manager's amendment or maybe a secondary manager's amendment, or they'll come up with some other way to describe a third manager's amendment. I'm not sure. There's a lot of reporting on it. Who would I go to talk to figure out what we're voting on later today as it relates to the state and local tax deduction?
I would say that's going to be the discussion of the Rules Committee when the manager's amendment is offered and debated. So you'll probably know before most members of Congress.
I hope so. We've been here for 8 hours, and we've yet to get any indication of that. And I'm not, I mean, this would apply to Chairman Guthrie as well. I mean, we've heard a lot about the IRA phase-outs. I don't know if you have anything to share with the group about where that stands?
That would be Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction, not Guthrie's. E&C doesn't have a lot of committee of jurisdiction.
Well, I'll let you two battle that out. But
from my understanding, the Ways and Means Committee, I have not seen any changes to the phase-outs or what we've had in regards to the IRA.
So what we have in the rules mark now, you believe, is what we'll be voting on this evening or whenever?
That's what I'm here testifying in regards to.
Okay, well, that's a different answer. But I can appreciate your position. I guess my point here, and I know I was hoping to ask Mr. Roy this question because I hadn't seen him the last 8 hours, but he appeared, well, yeah, apparently he's negotiating it. So maybe he can come in and he can give us some indication as to the answers on both of those fronts. Oh, I see. I guess Chip Roy's announced I'm a no, but I don't know that makes, anyway, we'll hear from him directly. Some questions for you, Chairman Thompson, with respect to the agriculture mark. Help me understand, and maybe Ranking Member Craig can help me understand this as well. You all have sunsetted the exemption for, well, no, sorry. You've included an exemption for veterans within what you've determined to be the able-bodied requirements in SNAP.
Veterans, homeless, and young people that age out of foster care up to age 24.
So veterans, homeless, and then what was the third?
Foster youth.
Foster youth.
Yeah.
But you've sunset that exemption in 2030. That exemption only lasts through 2030, correct?
Yep. Oh, that's correct, because those were actually put in place of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's where those three provisions were added. And I actually believe that.
Let me ask you, I guess the question I'm asking is, why not eliminate that sunset? Why, if
well, my question back to you is, why would you not want those individuals to have access to greater opportunity, which only comes through being eligible under the SNAP title and the nutrition benefits, for the career and technical education, SNAP employment and career and technical education. The Farm Bill.
Why are you exempting them if
we put
that's the
about
case?
$1.1 trillion is what we put into the nutrition title, and a big part of that is the investment in greater opportunity through those educational benefits.
Okay, let me take a step back so I can just understand that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the rationale for the exemption. You've exempted veterans, homeless youth, foster youth from these requirements until 2030. So hold on, let me finish. You've clearly decided that it's important to proceed with those exemptions until 2030. Otherwise, you would have said, we're just going to end the exemption now. So you believe it's important to do for the next few years. Why have you decided not to extend it further? Why is 2030 the year that you've decided that veterans should no longer be able to be exempted from these
That was a
requirements?
part of what, quite frankly, my negotiations on that with the Fiscal Responsibility Act were with President Biden. And that was the
Sure, but you're not locked into that now. You all have abandoned most of the Fiscal Responsibility Act agreements.
That was a great negotiations. We both sides got some good provisions, but at the same time, even back then, I felt that it really was disrespectful to veterans, we'll just talk, you let off with veterans, to not have an opportunity to benefit from the investments that are there under this nutrition title for SNAP employment and career and technical education.
If you feel that way, why keep it? I don't understand. I guess you're saying we have this exemption, it's important for foster youth and for the homeless and for veterans, but also we believe that we shouldn't have this exemption, and so that's why we're comfortable with it ending in 2030.
Well, usually taking somebody off a cliff immediately is a really bad idea. We don't really do that with this bill. Even with the state share, we provide.
I agree with you about describing it as a cliff and not an opportunity. I mean, that's exactly what my sort of point is, right?
We look closely at poverty cliffs, and I think taking folks off of that that 2030 expiration really will serve those the veterans population particularly, and I also think that the youth coming off out of foster care.
How much money do you think it would cost, your team may have a better sense of this than I would, to extend that out to 2031 or to 2032? Do you all know what it costs per year for that exemption to have continued?
I'm not sure the CBO has provided it for. Yeah, we don't.
I mean, are we talking tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, we'd have to look back. Y'all would have to look back at the Fiscal Responsibility Act to see what the score was on that.
Here's why I ask. To me, it seems like really what we're getting at, right, is a question of priorities, resources, and values. And it would not take, I don't believe, a lot of resources, a lot of investment to be able to avoid that cliff hitting these veterans and these foster youth in 2030. Right? And let me give you an example, right? There's a simple way. Are you familiar with the tax on silencers? You're familiar with that?
I am.
Provision of tax. And you're aware that this bill repeals that tax?
That's correct.
All right. And that tax, do you know how much that's going to generate in terms of revenue over 10 years?
I don't. It wasn't in my jurisdiction.
No, I understand. Let me tell you.
It's 1.4.
Let me finish. You said you don't know, so let me tell you.
These suppressors
I hear you.
Are a healthcare measure.
I understand. I hear you. So let me just explain it to you. Over 10 years, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this particular repeal generate $1.4 billion. Think about that. Hold on. I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Chairman. 1.4.
Well, you did ask me a
I'm not
question
asking you a
originally
question
about
now. I'll give you an
veterans.
opportunity
And what
in a moment to
question I
answer the
have for you,
question.
what do you have against
Mr.
veterans
Chairman,
being-
I will give you
having
an
an
opportunity to
opportunity
finish.
to climb
I'm not
a-
asking you a
run a little
question.
higher in the ladder of
Mr. Chairman, I'm
opportunity?
not asking you a question.
You're really
I'll
good at
redirect
that.
it to the ranking member since I'm not asking you this
Right.
question.
Just
Ranking
remember,
member.
it is the member of the committee's time, and.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman.
We
So-
can't have the
I will simply say this.
back and forth.
And I'll address this towards the ranking member. $1.4 billion that will be generated by virtue of this repeal of the silencer tax. This is a tax that has been on the books since the mid-1930s, 100 years. That's during Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. I don't remember Republicans, or President Trump for that matter, trying to repeal this tax in 2017, when you all were pursuing this the first time around. And yet you've decided on this course to repeal this particular tax that would generate $1.4 billion in revenue. Just imagine, Ranking Member Craig, what you could do with that $1.4 billion to address the cliffs that the chairman of the Agriculture Committee had described with respect to veterans and foster youth. The poverty cliff, I think was the phrase that he used, that they will face under this bill in 4.5 years. Ranking Member, I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Well, we could spend, we wouldn't have to cut, I suppose, or Republicans wouldn't have to cut food out of the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and our nation's seniors. What's happening in this committee is egregious. You just think about the revenue savings that you're cutting from a title of the Farm Bill. And I know I keep saying that, but I know my Republican colleagues across the aisle know that the nutrition title is part of the Farm Bill. And they know that these cuts, $313 billion to a title of the Farm Bill, outside of a 12-title, 5-year process, is putting a Farm Bill in jeopardy. And my colleagues are coming after food. We talk about work. I wish Mr. Norman was still here. Nobody here is arguing
He's
against
done working.
work.
He left.
He left again. He's done working, apparently. Mr. Norman said, what do you get? Are you kidding me? We already have work requirements in SNAP. What we're doing is we're adding work requirements to single parents of 7-year-olds. Who thinks that's a good idea? It's egregious. And you talk about child care costs in this country, it's egregious where we are. And, you know, Mr. Norman, and I could give you examples for every single one of your districts, but I'm going to use his just because I had it open here. We're talking about 11% of the state population in South Carolina that he's going to cut. We're talking about $321 million a year to the taxpayers of South Carolina in additional cost shifts. We're talking about $1 billion a year to the state of Pennsylvania. These are real dollars if we move forward with these. And so I have no idea why we think it's a good idea to repeal a tax on silencers when we are going to feed fewer children in our country as a result of this. It's a moral damn failure is what it is, Congressman.
I couldn't say it any better. Ranking Member Craig, I think you articulated it well. And I guess it is just full circle in some ways, given that this was the last panel that we're going to hear from. But it makes a lot more sense in retrospect now why Republicans decided to proceed with this particular hearing in the dead of night. Because I think when you begin to see the full picture, it's only when you have the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about the various priorities they are pursuing, repeals of taxes on silencers by way of example, and hear from the Agriculture Committee about the priorities they are pursuing. Massive cuts to the social safety net, that you begin to understand the full picture holistically that is reflected in this bill. And I think that is ultimately what House Republicans did not want the American people to hear or to see. Regrettably for them, we're going to have an opportunity throughout the rest of today, and when this bill invariably gets to the floor, to continue exposing it to the American public. And I think the more the American public learn about this bill, the less they're going to like it. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for his time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot said about a lot of different numbers here. But I want to come to you, Mr. Smith. I mean, my understanding is that the current tax rate for 2025, the top rate is 37%, and that is going to apply to people that are making, they're filing jointly, married filing jointly, $731,200, somewhere right there, and that if this bill passes, that tax rate at 37% is still going to be 37% for 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all this talk about tax cuts for billionaires, what the accurate statement would be is we are not allowing tax rates to go up.
We're keeping the same current tax policy with all the rates, because every individual rate, if Congress does not act by the end of this year, goes up, the lowest tax rate and the highest tax rate. And what this bill does, it just makes permanent current tax rates.
Okay. I'm going to come to you, Chairman Thompson, because I want to talk about SNAP and the work requirements and other things. And I want to say this. We met on 2 separate occasions, and there was an accusation made that you shut down debate. My recollection is that we met the first day, and then we came back and we met a second day, and we went from 10 to 10. And I read the various amendments that Democrats kept submitting, and it was basically the exact same amendment. Like they plagiarized each other with the amendments that they were submitting. And so finally, we went ahead and we had the votes on the amendments. And is that your recollection?
Well, that plus the fact that none of the amendments were submitted within the deadline. It's within the rules package that was unanimously adopted.
Absolutely.
And there was quite a bit of repetition, absolutely.
Okay. So what percentage of Farm Bill spending currently goes to SNAP benefits?
Approximately 82%.
82% of Farm Bill spending now goes to SNAP benefits.
That's correct.
And while the Democrats say they want to work in a bipartisan manner to pass a farm bill, their demand is that 82% of Farm Bill spending must go to SNAP benefits, which means that production agriculture is going to end up with less than 10%. Now, if you're not taking care of production agriculture, then you're not taking care of the food supply for anybody in this country, whether they're on SNAP or whether they are at the highest tax bracket in the country. Is that fair to say?
That is more than fair to say. If farmers fail, we have food insecurity. And no matter what the programs look like, what the rules are, what the regulations are, we have food insecurity, which quite frankly is national insecurity.
Right. So only 4 Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee voted for the Farm Bill in committee last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Craig, I don't think you were one of them, were you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I noticed
Okay,
Republicans
thank you.
didn't bring it to the floor because you didn't have the
Yeah.
votes.
Well, because of the demand that 80+% of it go to SNAP benefits.
45 million Americans versus 1 million Americans. That's the split in the Farm Bill between those two programs.
Explain those numbers, please.
SNAP covers 45 million Americans. The farm program covers about 1 million Americans.
Yes,
That's
ma'am,
the
and those
split.
1 million Americans provide 100% of the food for the American citizens.
And your cuts
This is
to
my time,
SNAP-
and you can wait. I'm going to
is
come
the
to you.
gentleman's time. Okay,
Because
I'm
I want to talk about some of the votes you've cast on the Inflation Reduction Act and the
Ready.
American Rescue Plan. But without the 1 million farmers in this country, there's no food for the people who have SNAP benefits to buy. That's all there is to it. So, but I appreciate you coming clean on that.
I'm not coming clean, it's a fact.
Sure you are. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah, you made it clear. You
That's
don't care
why
about
the
1 million.
coalition exists, because the nutrition and the farm programs exist together.
You ask the question. You expose yourself on not caring about the 1 million farmers, and that's fine.
Oh.
All right. GT, federal law right now, today, and this is a Biden administration proposal I have, and I would remind everybody that's watching, when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, they passed both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So that they could have changed any of this they wanted to, and they chose not to.
That's correct.
Federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited, which is an able-bodied working-age adult without dependents, participant, commonly referred to as an able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period unless a person meets the work requirements. That's the current law.
That's correct. And the work requirement, we've had the work requirements since 1970s. Yeah.
Thank you for coming clean on that.
That's right. And when Bill Clinton signed the welfare to work requirements, the poverty rates declined more than at any other point in the country. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you dispute that, Ms. Craig?
I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't think GT does either.
Oh, come on. Democrats have routinely taken credit for what Bill Clinton did in the welfare to work. Just factually speaking, it was a good piece of legislation. And people went back to work and poverty rates declined. All right. So what we have done in the bill is effectively take the 2 separate work exemptions. One is a general work requirement exemption, and we have made them match with the able-bodied working-age adult exemptions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Reducing the, hopefully going forward, then reducing the confusion, the complexity for the participants to be able to gain better access.
Gain better access to what?
The SNAP.
Look,
This is a gentleman's time.
Work is good. Work is good.
Work is great.
You know, and without the 1 million American farmers, nobody in this country has food to eat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for her time of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I think it's really important that we do not mischaracterize what our witnesses have said. And there was a gross mischaracterization as to whether the ranking member supports our farmers. I know the ranking member supports our farmers because, indeed, if we just talk about SNAP, 1.5 times the benefit goes to the farmers. So when we're talking about protecting SNAP, we're also talking about protecting the farmer. Is that right, ranking member?
Well, if you cut SNAP by $300 billion, you're actually taking $30 billion right out of the farm income. And that is absolutely true, sir. And, you know, what's interesting...
I'm sorry, I have not yielded time, Mr. Scott.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district, have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work, work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low-wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scott's across the room here. And it's just stunning to me.
Me too.
Mr. Chairman, since my name was called, I do expect a chance to respond to that.
Actually, the rule is that you can mention the gentleman from Georgia, but you're not to mention him by name in debate. And so if you would stick to just saying the gentleman or my colleague is fine, and if you would stick to that, but that, but that's the way we're supposed to operate.
Would you like to restate it to say the gentleman from?
The gentleman from Georgia has one of the highest rates of SNAP households in the country, and he is promoting decimating this program. And look, there's lots of things in here that should be in a farm bill, lots of elements. You cut the nutrition title, you plus up the farm programs in reconciliation in a partisan process. That's what's happening here. We should be sitting down and doing a farm bill. And honestly, I know my chairman sitting next to me does not want to cut SNAP by $300 billion, and many of the colleagues on our committee did not want to do it because they didn't show up for debate. They didn't want to be on the record talking about this because they know it's incredibly unpopular for the American people. We have traditionally been able to get a bipartisan farm bill from the Nutrition Coalition and the Farm Coalition. Of course, these coalitions are together, but we're destroying that here today, folks, and it has long-term consequences for us. I just hope you all know what you're doing on a partisan basis has long-term consequences.
Thank you, and I noticed that the education chair and ranking member, perked up, and they said, wait a minute, we're going to talk about education. We came here to talk about education, and we're actually cutting education by also hundreds and billions of dollars, so we're not going to get there. But I wanted to yield some time to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern, the gentleman from...
Yeah, you could, I won't be offended if you refer to me by my name, but you know what? Enough of this BS, because that's what it is. I mean, nobody here is saying that there isn't dignity in work. What we're saying is that life is complicated, and one glove doesn't always fit all. And what we're also saying, and because I believe this is true, that this is a backdoor attempt to force people off the benefit, so you can take that money and pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's what it's about. And I will also tell the gentleman that over the years, hunger has gotten worse in this country. The only time it didn't, believe it or not, was during the pandemic. And that is when we increased the SNAP benefit and when we increased other nutritional programs to help people get through that difficult time. We actually saw hunger go down, food insecurity go down. And then when some of those programs sunsetted, hunger started to rise up again. So hunger is a political condition, my friends. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we know what to do to end it. What we lack is the political will. And again, tax cuts for billionaires paid for by savings in SNAP is not going to end hunger and food insecurity in this country. And again, I mean, the idea that we can't come together and say that ending hunger and food insecurity is a priority, that somehow it's okay to demonize people who are struggling, I mean, I find that appalling, quite frankly. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. You know what? Hunger is also a moral issue. It is a moral issue. And that's why 31 religious organizations have written to the chairs of all of the appropriate committees, asking them to not pass these cuts. And they point out that, so actually, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter sent to all the chairs of the committee from 31 religious organizations across the United States.
Without objection.
In the letter, this is why it's a moral issue. And they say it out loud. They say, they wrote it down, it is an abdication of the government's moral responsibility when the government seeks to reduce its investment in programs for the poor. Complacency can become greed and selfishness when the funds saved from the Medicaid and SNAP programs are used to ultimately widen the gap between rich and poor. Budgets are moral documents that outline a nation's priority. And I was at some of the members on here because I know that they believe deeply and the moral obligations, they know. They know the teachings that ask us to feed the hungry, to take care of the poor. That is the essence of Jesus' teaching about love. It is the essence of almost every religion. Actually, it's the essence of everyone I know. And I think that that is a key failing of what we are doing here. But I want to move on for a moment, because I know we've given a lot of attention to ag, and I might come back there. But, you know, Ranking Member Pallone, many of the children that we're talking about might be both receiving SNAP benefits and receiving Medicaid, right? And is that right? You know, many of the children, because this is, we're talking, and they are often working poor. Their families are working. We heard the Ranking Member Craig and so many stories. We have people, you know, congressmen and congresswomen here who've shared their stories about how their parents worked and received SNAP, and that's how they got ahead. But isn't that the case, that we have many children who rely on both SNAP and Medicaid?
It's absolutely the case, and I don't know how much you wanted me to expand on it, but, you know, I want to say really two things in response. First of all, you know, my colleagues and my chairman during the markup repeatedly said, and Mr. Norman said, you know, work, work, work. But the fact of the matter is that these people are working, right? The people that are getting SNAP, the people that are getting Medicaid, they're working, right? And it's the paperwork, it's the red tape that the Republicans are putting in place in this bill that is kicking people off. And I'm not suggesting that anybody's doing it intentionally, believe me, and I maybe shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, you know, Mr. McGovern he mentioned Marie Antoinette, right? And I was, for some reason, I guess it had nothing to do, 11 o'clock at night, a couple of nights ago, there was a movie on about Marie Antoinette, right? And she said to her husband, the King Louis, she said, I don't know why everybody out there hates us so much. You know, I care about the poor. But the problem is that at the time, they were, you know, all the money was going to the nobility and nothing was going to the average person, right? And so then one of her advisors says, well, you know, Madam Queen, whatever, you realize that the people have no bread, right? And she says, well, let them eat cake, right? I mean, it's not that anybody here on the Republican side, you know, doesn't have moral values. They just don't understand. They just don't understand what's going on out there, right? And so they say, well, we're going to have work requirements. But then if you look at the states that had these work requirements, like Arkansas or Georgia, we find that almost everybody who was eligible for Medicaid, right, was working. And the problem was they didn't know that they had to fill out the papers. It was too onerous to fill out the paper. I just wanted to give you one story because I had it here. In Arkansas, which was one of the two states, but they only had it for a few months because they realized that it was kicking people off. And they said in the few months that the state had its work reporting requirements in effect, 18,000 people lost coverage. That's 1 in 4 people who were eligible for Medicaid. But research tells us that more than 95% of those people were meeting the requirements, but they were kicked off because they didn't even know that they had to meet the requirements. Even when they do, it's impossible to navigate. And they have one person here, Arkansas, attempting to document her work hours, shared that my mom said I need to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to, and she said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with the lady for like an hour, then she sent me to someone else, then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up trying to report my hours worked, and she lost her Medicaid. In Georgia, there were like 300,000 to 400,000 people that were eligible. The state admitted they were eligible, but only about 7,000 ended up with coverage. That's the one state that still has it. Not because they weren't eligible, but because they couldn't go through the red tape. And you know, I know, I'm not suggesting that anybody on the Republican side is intentionally doing this, but this is the reality, and this is what the CBO says is why all these people, millions of people under this bill, are going to lose their Medicaid because of this red tape. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's going to vary, and I'm glad you mentioned the Arkansas example, because indeed, 18,000 people, right? In New Mexico, you have to fill out, this is what you fill out in New Mexico, right? It's not like people aren't working or that they aren't filling out a lot of paperwork. This is before this bill, and it asks all kinds of stuff. Your immigration status, what you're doing, where you're working. They are filling out too much paperwork as it is. And for a party that's always complaining about paperwork, they're going to just put more on there, because that's not the purpose. The purpose isn't to get people back to work. It's to kick people off of Medicaid. It's to not recognize the hard work of those that already are. Because as you put it, 92%? 92% of adults under 65 on Medicaid are already working or can't work because they're caregiving, illness, they're going to school. So don't tell us about work, because we come from families that work. We come from families that get our hands dirty. We know what it looks like and what it feels like. And these are the people that we are working to protect. And I am very concerned about what they're going to do to indeed the people. When I go to my rural areas, when I went, to the dairy farms and talked to the people in my rural areas, and they said, we are the people who get our hands dirty, because I represent a large rural district. They're going to get slammed, aren't they, Ranking Member Pallone? Because rural hospitals are going to go under. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record Medicaid cuts would threaten rural hospitals. And this is, Madam Chair? Yeah.
You finish the.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to go into it, because I think it's really important that Americans who now have woken up and had their second cup of coffee, that they actually look at what's happening here, because it is really scary. In Pennsylvania, 12 rural hospitals, 24% are at immediate risk of closure from what you're doing here. In Michigan, 9 rural hospitals. Oklahoma, 24 rural hospitals. Several in my community as well. But if you are representing a rural area or a rural state, your rural hospitals are going to close. Because this is the thing. We're going to kick you off of Medicaid, and then we're not going to let you get onto the Affordable Care Act with the subsidies. Is that right? So they're going to show up at the hospitals and not have any care, right?
Absolutely, and I want to explain why, because I'm not sure everyone knows that the CBO estimated that those 8.6 million under the bill that, or at least most of them, that would lose Medicaid because of the red tape, would immediately, or at least they would try to move over to the ACA and get a subsidized insurance policy under the ACA. But because of that, all of the savings that were going to be, go to the rich and the corporate interests under this bill would have been lost. Because if those people moved over to the ACA and got a subsidized insurance policy, the government would have to pay for their subsidy, and therefore there was no savings, or very, very little savings under the bill. And so then they put in the prohibition that if you were denied Medicaid, you could not go to the ACA and get a subsidy. You had to pay full freight, which of course none of them could afford to pay, right? So that is strictly to make sure that there's money saved to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporate interests. That's the only reason that's in there. Again, it's not because, I think the GOP hate the poor. It's because they have to come up with this money to pay for the tax cut for the rich and the corporate interests. That's the bottom line.
So I think it's also, once again, budgets reflect your values. Chairman Moore, I was wondering if you happen to have the bill, if you would mind reading the title of section 106 on page 901, line 20 in the Rules Committee print. Oh, sorry, Chairman Guthrie.
I was about to say, you had made me a chairman. I was just going to say, I
I didn't hear your
accept.
question then, I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I didn't know it was directed at me, I'm sorry. What, will you ask again?
Okay, if you'd go to page 901. Page 901, line 20 of the bill. Do you have the bill in
I
front of you?
don't have the bill in
Snake?
front of me, but
Yeah,
read the,
I'll pass this down to you.
okay.
Just read that one line. Line 20.
I don't think, that's not in my jurisdiction, I'm sorry, that's why I didn't know
Okay,
about it.
we can pass it. I think that was Ways and Means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Chairman Smith, sorry.
Excise tax.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it. I'll read it.
I know the
well, actually,
legislation, but I'm not
Ranking
gonna be
Member Moore.
part of your little,
Ranking Member
show
Moore.
here, so you can read it.
It was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking
And I said
Member
no.
Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you.
I'll help you out.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
Okay, I am. This is amazing.
Ms. Lager
You're
Fernandez, shall I pass this back or shall I read
No,
it for
why don't you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the
Line 20.
ranking vice chair of the committee. It says Section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're going to repeal, they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. Right? And I don't know where this particular provision came from. We do know that there are certain elected officials who appear to have a certain orange hue about them, that maybe they want to make sure that tanning beds get a little bit of special credit. But really, we are prioritizing tanning beds over hospital beds in rural America. So, I do want to talk a little bit about the tax credit, the child tax credit. Because one of the things that is sad about the child tax credit, I agree that it should have gone on for longer. We fought, Rosa DeLauro has been fighting for that expanded child tax credit for almost her entire time here, and she is joined by so many of us on the Democratic caucus, I think all of us. Now, sadly, it didn't get extended, but it didn't get extended because we could not get the Republican votes to extend it in the way it was. And right now, what they have in this bill would actually deny the full value of the child tax credit to 17 million children because their families don't make enough money to qualify for it. Now, I don't know if the chair wants to answer any more questions, but maybe I'll just ask Ranking Member Moore, is that what's going to happen with the child tax credit? Is the families who need it the most won't get it? Well, does the child tax credit extend to all the families
So what
of
this
America?
legislation does, of the 17 million children that you're talking about, they're going to make sure that their refundability is $1,700. At the end of this year, it drops to $1,000. So we're making sure that they are staying whole of where they are currently. If this bill does not pass, those 17 million children will only have a $1,000 child tax credit instead of a $1,700.
But there is a discrepancy. Representative Moore.
Thank you so much. And Chairman Smith knows that that this is very important to me. This is the reason that I came to Congress. And so while I appreciate the fact that this committee has finally recognized that as an OECD country, we need to provide some kind of child supplement to children. I mean, everybody else has figured that out before we did. And while people want to give women $5,000 to have babies, I just think it's a lot more practical to take care of the children that we already have. I guess the thing that and we're going to get to talking about work requirements again, but as people have pointed out, about 97% of people who are under the age of 65 and that receive any of these benefits they work. And if they're not working, they've worked the year before, they received any of these benefits. They worked a year after they've gotten it. And the 6 or 7% of people who don't work, as Mr. McDermott has pointed out, they have Mr. McGovern, have very complicated lives. They're taking care of elders, they're taking care of children. So if a woman finds herself in a situation, for example, where she, for whatever reason, cannot work, there are 17 million children who will get zero. And these are the poorest kids that there are. And they need support. It's, a child supplement is supposed to recognize that child rearing is expensive. The kids don't earn money particularly, but they need their Cub Scout uniform. They have sports equipment. They can't participate. I can remember growing up when I couldn't go on a field trip because I didn't have $5 for the bus fare. And we're going to leave them out. And, because of this work requirement, the poorest children, 17 million of them, who have no control over whether or not employers will provide their parents with work, parents who perhaps don't have a high school diploma, I know people who wouldn't hire people because all their teeth were rotten. And that wasn't a good look for working in the restaurant.
I do want to offer to my chairman of Energy and Commerce, Chairman Guthrie, to just touch on anything that you would like to cover out of the many accusations that have been leveled about the bill. But my one question to you, since high school diplomas were mentioned, if somebody doesn't have a high school diploma, then they might not be able to get a job per the work requirements that we have in the bill. Doesn't participating in some sort of education program count toward those requirements?
Yeah, if you're working towards a GED program, that would count towards your work requirement.
So if you want to go through, I'll yield time to you to cover
thanks a lot.
the many accusations.
Thanks a lot, and I come from a product of hard work too. My whole life growing up, my childhood up through high school, my dad worked in a Ford foundry. That's pretty hard in Alabama, so that's pretty hard work when you're in the heat of the summer. So I come from that as well. And if you look at, they talked about the coverage loss, I always say look at ineligible, illegal, and able. So if you look at the coverage loss that comes from the Medicaid requirement, it's people that aren't eligible to participate in the Medicaid program by the rules set up by people who voted for the Medicaid program. The other are the people that are not here in a legal presence. And the other is the able-bodied. And when we talk about able-bodied, well, one, I know that we talked about the maternal health program. That was actually bipartisan, I think, 70s. So we think we can do this. People have brought up Georgia and Arkansas. Those were problems. People were working and could not get Medicaid. And that is absolutely not what we want. That's why we took great pains to make sure we simplify the reporting requirements. People have due process rights. We want people to have Medicaid, but if they're not working and able to work, but we don't want to use the work requirement to deprive people of Medicaid. So we feel that is there. The other number, because they throw up 13 million, there's like over 5 million, but that comes from an expiring provision in the Inflation Reduction Act. And it was brought up by my friend from Wisconsin and others that, well, why don't we make all these other things permanent? That wasn't made permanent. It's expiring, and because it's expiring, that's where the 5 million comes from. So there were decisions that I don't know why y'all decided in the IRA to spend $32 billion or $27 billion on the Green Energy Fund when you could have made this last longer. And then my friend from Massachusetts talked about, well, this is for the well-connected. We had a hearing yesterday where there was a nonprofit that was started by a well-connected individual, had $100 in the checking account of the non-progressive forward, and got a $2 billion grant, which the CEO's salary of that is over $800,000. So she's getting paid 5 times a member of Congress to implement a grant appropriated by Congress. And if that's not well connected and right, and that's money that could have been spent for these. And with rural hospitals, I'd love to see when that article was written, because we really sat down, all of us, we got a lot of energy and commerce people here. I went to rural hospitals, it's urban hospitals. It's any hospital that has a high Medicaid population, which typically also has a high Medicare population. So the low reimbursement rates for those programs affect those hospitals. That's what we're talking about here. And if you look at an item came up that a lot of, I didn't know as much about, state-directed payments. We sat down, and that's probably what they're writing about, because there were people saying that those should not stay where they are. And we sat down with hospitals, we all did, we looked, and we said, yeah, this really ups the reimbursement for hospitals that have high Medicaid so they can stay open. So we held harmless that provision. Now going forward, there's reform in it, but it held harmless. States said that they had difficult times with their budgets, and the provider taxes helped them get through. You know, President Biden called them a scam. President Obama wanted to be 3.5. So a lot of people know this is sending money up to match federal money. But we said, okay, we realized it would be a big burden on states if we took a big approach to it. So we held harmless. We said, we're going to freeze where you are. You can increase, but we don't want rural hospitals on the edge closing because we took away state-directed payments, because we lowered the provider taxes for states. And so if anybody's closing tomorrow because of this bill, then it means they were already going to be closing anyway, because this bill doesn't affect that. And then there were people that are eligible for Medicaid, so only ACA. So that was another one. So they said if you're on Medicaid and you fall off Medicaid, you can't go to the ACA. The ACA sets up the provision that if you have other coverage, you can't go on if you have other coverage. So if somebody has Medicaid, this is what our argument wasn't save money, but if somebody has Medicaid and the only reason they become ineligible because they are able-bodied under all the exemptions that I read, but they're able-bodied and they fall off Medicaid just because they won't work, then they shouldn't have the opportunity to go get a subsidized plan in another form. And so that's what that provision was there for. So this whole committee, Energy and Commerce, we spent a lot of time making sure that we reform a program that's grown twice the size of inflation. I mean, one state has spent $26 billion more on Medicaid in the last 3 years. We felt it was unsustainable. We walled off. There's 2 groups. There's the Affordable Care Act. So if I'm a healthy Kentuckian and I go to the hospital, the federal government pays 90%. If I'm a disabled child in Kentucky, go to the hospital, the federal government pays 72%. Talk about values. But we have left that alone in our bill because of the states have budgeted and put their hospitals around that. So unfortunately, that's what was put into law under the Affordable Care Act. And so we looked at all of that. How do we get a handle on the growth in Medicaid and make it sustainable and protect it for mothers and pregnant women, mothers, children, the disabled, what the program was originally intended for, because most of the great growth is in the expansion population. And it was, I think this proposal well thought out. I received a letter from the Kentucky Hospital Association. I said saying that thank you for the path that you took, because this is something we can deal with. I sat with hospital executives when they listened to the rhetoric and they saw where I thought our plan was going, and I could say, look, this is where I think it's going. They would all say, wow, we can all live with this. So we've given a product that saves the program. It puts it on a more sustainable path. You know, it's still a growing program. It's going to spend over 1.1. We're going to spend $700 billion this year, 1.1 trillion 10 years from now after this bill's in full effect. So we're not cutting Medicaid. What we're trying to do is deploy the resources for the people that need it the most and reform the program and let states have to take more responsibility in the future, but hold them harmless today so we don't have these hospitals on the edge, like my friend from Pennsylvania mentioned, on the edge, being affected by what we do here in the next few days.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you. You did spend time with hospitals from my state, talking to them about what we were doing in this bill. I really appreciate the time that you took there with them and with many other members. Any member who had hospitals with questions, you took time to visit with, and we are grateful for that. I just want to make a few exclamation points on some of the things that you said. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending. Medicaid alone is on pace to outpace defense spending. That's
we'll spend it's going up from $700 billion out of $1.1 trillion under this bill.
That is not sustainable. And Mr. Chairman, what happens to the Medicaid population when we can no longer afford that level of spending?
Well, it's the fear when the interest on the debt just gets so big, it overcomes it all. And so I said to hospitals, a lot of hospital CEOs that I talked to, yours and others, and I said, look, this is a beginning to bend the cost curve. This will be a much different conversation when we get to the point that we can't borrow money anymore because our debt's too high. And we need to have this conversation now because we can do things that's sustainable and can keep everybody operating. But we get to a point where we can't borrow anymore. It's a different conversation.
And we've been talking about safeguarding Medicaid for the people who need it most. Mm-hmm. You said it best. We are preventing the ineligible, the illegal, and the able from accessing benefits and taking dollars away from the very people who this program was designed to help. Pregnant women, children, the disabled, seniors. If we did nothing, would there be more or less money available to take care of the traditional population?
Well, if you think about it, if you're a state program and you get 90 cents, in my state you get 72 to 90, so 90 cents for one patient and 72 cents for the other, the incentive is there. I don't think it was intentional, it was to get states to expand, but now the incentive is there to spend more, have more access and care for the higher reimbursement.
And finally, we are saving approximately $700 million in Medicaid over the 10-year window because of making sure people who are ineligible, illegal, and able are not accessing benefits designed for the people who need it most.
Able access them if they work, but
if they work, that's right. But we're saving money, but we're still increasing spending in Medicaid. So when Democrats say we're slashing Medicaid, we're still increasing our overall spend in Medicaid over the window. Is that correct?
From about $700 billion to $1.1 trillion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Langworthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A lot's been said here today. I would like to offer the opportunity for Chairman Thompson from my neighboring district to offer, in similar fashion, anything that he would like to rebut based on what's been said here today.
Oh, I thank my neighbor to the north for yielding some time. I just want to start out by saying, contrary to the disparaging remarks we've endured today, based on fear, not facts, the goal is not to hurt those struggling in poverty. The goal is to fulfill the purpose that is in law of the nutrition title. In the nutrition title, as of the FRA, by the way, any of those who voted for the FRA were the ones that approved those benefits that we talked about for the homeless, those aging out of foster care, and veterans. You that voted for that were the ones that voted to have those expire in 2030. There was a question during some of the questioning of where that came from. So, but within the FRA, we obviously food security has always been a part of the nutrition title. Really important. But it has a dual purpose. It is officially codified and in law, and that is workforce development. That became a part of that purpose. And I would say we also, not in law, but my own personal perspective is we need to achieve sustainability of this critical program, and not to have cuts. And I've said all along, we've had that discussion in committee, and And I read too often about cuts that are happening, and there are no cuts. The House Committee on Agriculture is leading efforts to restore integrity to the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The committee's reforms ensure that SNAP works the way that Congress intended it to, going back to the 1970s. We're really proud of that program. It has been a program that has restored rungs in a ladder of opportunity for folks to be able to pull themselves out of poverty while at the same time meeting their, providing supplemental nutritional assistance. And the goal is, and we do that in terms of the program integrity in areas by reinforcing work. Those who can work should. And there certainly are plenty of waivers and provisions so that to address kids, the reason that it's always been 6 years and younger as a waiver under the general work requirements is because it was recognized that if you had a preschool child at home, that you would have to be able to care for them. It also applies if you have someone in your house that is disabled, including maybe a parent that you have to provide care for. Always those exemptions are there. But by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state abuse and overreach. Because when the executive branch, and specifically the states, do things the wrong way, it is the SNAP participants, those individuals, those families are the ones that are hurt most. So the reason for this reform, it's intended to intent to supplement the food budget for low-income individuals. That's what SNAP is. The SNAP has ballooned in cost. Since 2019, SNAP rolls have increased by 17%, from $36 million in 2019 to $42 million. And a lot of that has occurred at the state level. And while the overall cost of the program has grown by 83%, ballooning from $60 billion to $110 billion annually, states do administer the program. They administer the program. There's a cost share for administration of the program, and the collectively, the states make $13 billion per year in erroneous payments, both overpayments and underpayments. And both of those hurt the beneficiaries, the people that we've been spending hours now talking about how do we help them. The national average error rate is 11.68%, and that has nearly doubled just since 2019. So what is the impact? Obviously, we all know what the impact is when it's an underpayment. That single-parent mom with 2 little babies the states are not providing sufficient assistance in putting money into their SNAP EBT card, and that's obvious how that hurts those families. But I will tell you that the overpayments, which there's more overpayments than underpayments based on the data, has even, I think, greater harm. If you're that single-parent mom with 2 little babies and the card gets charged, you're going to use whatever's on that card, and that's fine, because that's the benefits you were given, and when you go, and by the way, SNAP beneficiaries use an average of 2 to 3 forms of payment when they go. They're not using just SNAP. That's obviously supplemental to cash and to checks or debit cards. So how does the overpayment hurt them? Well, because the states will come back and claw that back. It may be 3, 4, 6 months later. Now, where is that single-parent mom with 2 little babies supposed to find that money at that point? That's where program integrity is so important. It protects, one of the things it does, it protects the beneficiary. It protects that single mom from that. And so the error rate by these states is completely unacceptable. And you know what? Why do they do it? Because there's no skin in the game. They don't have any, there's no accountability. They get the money, they execute the program, and if they don't do it right, which is with these error rates is a significant amount, I believe, Pennsylvania doesn't do it right. It's double digits. And there's a lot of Pennsylvanians that are hurt because of these error rates. And that's unacceptable. States have to do a better job. So what we provide is, we could have come in and just done a punishment, but we did a carrot and a stick. And we put it at just 5% cost share, but it's based on their error rates. And I happen to believe that looking over the past couple decades, every state can get their error rate down below to be at that 5% mark. Only 28% of able-bodied adults without dependents on SNAP have earned income from work. That's largely because of how, not because of the law that and the regulations that Congress passes and the executive branch writes, it's because of how it's poorly administered by the states. The USDA and states have intentionally limited enforcement of the SNAP work requirement for adult without dependent children, able-bodied adults, through waivers, leaving 40% of these work-ready individuals today under a waiver of the ABOD work requirement, and remaining on the SNAP rolls long after the 3-month time limit for compliance with the work requirement. So because of the SNAP benefit, unlike other entitlement benefits, is 100% funded by the federal government, there is minimal, I would say no incentive for states to control costs, to enhance efficiency, and improve outcomes for recipients. The gentlelady showed the Medicaid paperwork. That is not paperwork that comes, I don't believe, comes from the federal government, because I know in the SNAP program, it is the states determine that bureaucracy. And there are problems with states that will take months in order to process those applications under the nutrition title. That's unacceptable, and that's why we need to hold states accountable. And I don't believe that no state out there is going to cut SNAP benefits. You heard about the passion for that assistance on both sides of the aisle and here. And so I think you're being pretty much unrealistic and disrespectful to our colleagues that work in state capitals to think that this program would be any less important to them. And we're talking 5%. That I believe that they can all get there. So with that, I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Langworthy, would you yield a moment? I think, Mr. Thompson, you brought up a very significant word in your comments, and that's integrity. And what we keep hearing on our side is we want integrity in these programs to save them. But integrity, and we're hearing that these are moral programs. Well, integrity is moral too. And we want integrity in the programs so that we can save them. And I think you've just outlined that extremely well. And it's a word we have not heard enough of in this debate here, and I think probably in the committees, because we keep hearing about cuts when we're talking about having integrity in the programs. So thank you, Mr.
If the gentleman from New York will yield just a few minutes.
Certainly.
We did not roll back the daily amounts that these recipients receive. There was an increase when the market basket analysis was done at the direction of the 2018 Farm Bill. And again, I agree, it's only like $6 a day, something like that. That amount was not rolled back within this, nor are we preventing going forward adjustments based on inflation, because that is the current law. And so I think those corrections are really important to make, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding.
And I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fake news, misinformation, it has long existed in human societies. And today we heard several folks reference Marie Antoinette and let them eat cake. She never uttered those words. As historians will tell you, there's no evidence that she ever said it. I understand the intent in which it was used, but she never said those words. In fact, let me finish.
I just say you guys
The
make
rumor-
Marie Antoinette look like she's down to earth.
No, not going there. But the rumor that she said those words started circulating in the streets of Paris a couple of weeks after her head had been severed by the guillotine. And as everybody knows, the brain only functions for 2 seconds. Scientific data done at the guillotine by French scientists showed the brain only functions for 2 seconds, 2 blinks of the eye subsequent to the head being severed. Misinformation is still out there, and sometimes it's both sides of the aisle that we start these stories or these rumors in the minds of people. And one of those that all of us have been guilty of is talking about work requirements related to this bill, because it's actually community engagement. So if you're going to school, as we've heard some testimony today, if you're engaged in your community in any way, going to school, getting a drug treatment program, it counts. Volunteering in your community for that 18.47 hours a week counts, or 80 hours. It doesn't have to all be done in a week. 80 hours over the course of the 4.33 weeks in a month counts. And so I heard, because we fall into that trap, I heard that, how can you work when you need daycare? Well, you could be volunteering with the local daycare and count as community engagement. So we need to try to get the facts straight in this point in history, or else 200 years from now, they're going to be talking about work requirements when in fact it's community engagement. Just as we have heard today that Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake, which she never did. Now, we have also heard other disparagements today which are not accurate. The gentleman from Missouri threw shade on the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier by saying that it didn't have great jurisdiction. Now, having heard some of this, I'm sure his opinion has changed, and knowing that in order for him to make final comments, he will need to be recognized by a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm sure his opinion has changed in the last few hours as we've been debating this, and I would now ask the gentleman from Missouri if he would like to correct any things that are misunderstood that have been said today or that somehow otherwise need correction, so the historical record will be complete.
I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding, asking that question, and also for serving on a fairly decent committee. So I appreciate the work that you all have been doing. This bill is a bill for working Americans. I'm a product of the working class. Like I said earlier, I grew up most of my life in a single-wide trailer, and then we upgraded to a double-wide. My dad was one of those 199A employees that would benefit in this bill. He was the employee of one. He had a 2-car garage. He was the best transmission overhaul mechanic that you could find. And I was the first in my family to ever graduate college. They were the first in their family to ever graduate from high school. And so the community that I represent, my hometown where I live today, is less than 5,000 people. The per capita income is just at $24,000. $24,000 a year. My grandparents never had running water on the farm that I live on. I was the first one to drill a well, so we didn't have to use an outhouse. I understand the struggles of working Americans, and that's why for over the last year, Chair Fox, we have traveled throughout this country. We've had 15 different field hearings from a homeless shelter in Chicago to an Indian reservation in Arizona to the second largest port in Staten Island. We went all over this country to hear from real small business owners, real working moms, real farmers of the issues that they're facing in today's economy. And that's what this bill delivers on. This bill makes permanent what is expiring at the end of this year. Every individual tax rate will be made permanent. The 10% tax rate will be made permanent. Every single one. The child tax credit, which affects 40 million Americans, 40 million children. If Congress does not act by passing this legislation, you will see the child tax credit go from $2,000 to $1,000. To $1,000. That affects working families. The guaranteed deduction, which 91% of Americans use when they file their taxes, that gets slashed in half if we don't pass this bill. But guess what? This bill also increases that guaranteed deduction. $1,000 per individual. That's real tax relief for the 91% of Americans that use it to file their taxes. We also enhanced the child tax credit, $500, to make the child tax credit $2,500. Inflation's gone up a lot since 2017, and we're indexing it for inflation. We're also delivering on the promise that we made to the voters of no taxation on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors, also allowing you to be able to deduct your interest from autos made in the United States. I'll tell you, the senior citizen who's an Uber driver is going to benefit the most from this tax package, because no tax on tips, senior tax relief, and also they can deduct their interest if that car is made in the United States. These are real impacts for real Americans. In fact, an average family of four under this tax bill will see their tax cuts of $1,300. $1,300. Where I come from, $1,300 is a lot of money in the paychecks of working families who are struggling just to get by. In this tax bill, what it does for small businesses, there's 26 million small businesses right now that are wondering, is their tax rate going to be 43.4% next year or 23 to 28%? And these are those mom and pops on Main Street that are just surviving. That's my parents' auto repair shop in Southeast Missouri. They're deciding of how to invest, how to grow right now with the uncertainty, and this bill will provide that certainty. In fact, we also enhance the small business deduction to 23%, allowing them to have more parity with the big corporations with having a lower tax rate as a small business owner. We also go after special interest tax provisions that were passed in the IRA. We eliminate more than $500 billion of bad green scam policies. And those policies will be redirected for the working class Americans, those tipped employees, those linemen working overtime, those seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck. That's what we're going to do with those green credits. We're also going to hold elite universities accountable. We're going to make sure that they pay their share of revenues coming from endowments. Corporate tax rate's 21%. The top tax rate will be 21%. If an endowment can have $55 billion, more than most countries, I think that they're not really paying their fair share. We're always talking about paying their fair share, but we're going to make sure those elite universities pay their fair share. It's the same way with woke non-for-profits. We're holding them accountable. We're also saving $140 billion in the tax code to make sure illegals aren't benefiting from the tax code. And this is all to deliver real relief for the average everyday American who sent us to Washington for this mandate. I appreciate you for allowing us to be here today.
Madam Chair, I
Still
yield
your
back.
time.
I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will engage Mr. Wahlberg. I appreciate your patience throughout this hearing. I can relate that it's a little lonely when you sit at the edge of the table, but would welcome any closing thoughts and comments from you and the incredible work that your committee members produced at the Education and Workforce Committee.
Well, Mr. Jack, I appreciate that. Bobby and I are feeling like Rodney Dangerfield down here at the end of, you know, I served on the Ag Committee, my first term in office. Great committee. Got a great Ag district that I represent. I served on Energy and Commerce up until I took the chairmanship of this fabulous committee. And I never wanted to serve on Ways and Means. It's not up to my standards yet. No, I love you, Jason. I love you. Just had to get that in. But I do appreciate that. Education workforce, and I don't want to belabor this, but we did some amazing work, I believe. $350 billion of savings that will, I think, foster better opportunity for students in higher education at lower costs. In the Northwest Ordinance, it's probably included in some of your state's constitutions. It says religion, morality, knowledge being necessary to good government and the happiness of mankind, schools and the means of education shall forever be encouraged. I don't think we've been encouraging education as we ought to, and for that reason, my ranking member, Scott, and I, and Representative Neguse, I'll respond to your question, which was a legitimate question. We started at 10:15 in the morning on our markup. 5.5 hours later, after 33 or 34 amendments that we debated together, we completed it. And I turned to Bobby and I said, Bobby, what happened? He said, what do you mean? I said, it's still light out. I think that shows how a committee can work together to get things done, whether we agree or not on everything, and we didn't. But I think the passion is there for education. So what we did in this bill, seeing that right now 40% of master's degree programs and a quarter of bachelor's degree programs leave students worse off than if they never started in higher education because of the costs and the debt that they have. Within the next 10 years, if we don't do something, we have $300 billion of debt to the students that they're going to lose over the next 10 years. Taxpayers lose 20 cents on every dollar that they lend to post-secondary education right now. That's not a winning formula. So in our legislation, Mr. Jack, we attempted to reduce from 5 disparate loan programs, some without, well, most without any limit on them, down to 2. And we put reasonable caps in for undergrad, for grad, and for professional grad students. Why did we do that? To give incentive to colleges, universities, trade schools, community colleges, to live within their means, and ultimately we gave them something they've asked for many years, and now they have the opportunity to counsel their students on the basis of what their program will afford to them once they graduate, what they should take as a loan and no more. For that reason, we have a chance to give them skin in the game, that if students come out at the end of the pipeline and they are paying off their student loan, keeping on track to do that, and they have advanced in their ability to earn, we give them a special carrot called a promise grant. If they don't, and the students are defaulting and not achieving what they ought to achieve, then we give them a portion of risk sharing to contribute, that carrot and stick approach. Bobby and I agreed on a very significant portion of the bill, and that's workforce Pell, short-term Pell. We know our manufacturing entities, our trades, need people in the jobs these days. And why not give them certification programs, apprenticeship programs, short-term degrees that we can use Workforce Pell for, to bring them out of that pipeline with a skill, with a job, and without huge student loan debt. And Bobby and I are going to continue to work on other workforce programs to ramp up that deal, but we did get that into this bill as well. So I won't belabor the point, but that $350 billion of savings is all being put in to make it more accessible for students to come out of the end of the pipeline. We don't agree on all of that. I get that. But that's the approach, and I think in the end, we're going to see a better higher education system.
I wonder if the gentleman might give the ranking member a chance to.
Well, he already had a chance to address one of your concerns,
but
but
a lot
yeah.
for him. I just heard a lot of references to Bobby.
Respectfully, Mr. Neguse, I reclaim my time, and I appreciate your comments, Chairman Wahlberg, and obviously appreciated your testimony throughout this hearing, Mr. Scott. And with that, I yield back to our chairwoman, Ms. Fox.
Madam Chair, can I publicly thank Rules Republicans for all those profound last questions?
You just did.
Just did.
Thank you all very much.
Madam Chair,
Excuse me,
I'd
Mr.
like
Scott.
to thank you and the gentleman from Colorado for your kind words about Jerry Connolly as the Dean of the Virginia delegation. Several people said very nice things, and I'd like to thank you for those.
I want to say, I think it's important we always acknowledge each other because we all work hard, and it's important that we do that, no matter the party. The next panel, thank you. I have an important announcement to make. To the members in the room who've been waiting patiently to deliver amendment testimony, I have a brief announcement about how we're going to proceed. Those of you who've been excused can go. We're going to begin with the leadership panel, but it will still be an amendment panel. Democrat leadership has asked to testify as a panel of 3 to begin with. But it's our understanding they will abide by the procedures of an amendment panel, meaning 5 minutes of testimony each. We will then move to calling up members to testify on amendments, 8 members at a time. We've been doing our best to monitor when members have arrived and are arriving. We're also doing our best to cross-reference our notes on this with the staff of our Democrat counterparts so we get it as right as possible. I'll be calling up the members 8 at a time. I've been patient this entire meeting, and I ask for reciprocal patience here. If you just walked in, you may need to wait for a third panel. And for those listening who aren't here, you may need to wait for a fourth panel, and so on. Again, I'm asking everyone to be patient. We'll be identifying the members for each panel verbally I believe if you are on the Democrat side, and I think everyone who wants to offer an amendment is on the Democrat side, you may talk to the Democrat staff outside about where you might be in the queue. Mr. Jeffries, I understand you want to address the group in terms of the loss of Mr. Connolly first, and then I'll identify you for your testimony.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the moment of silence and the kind words of remembrance on behalf of our dear colleague, Jerry Connolly, who really was a member's member, someone who conducted himself with the highest degree of intellect, brilliance, resilience, integrity, humor, and wit. It's a great loss for his family, great loss for his district, great loss for the Commonwealth of Virginia, great loss for us as House Democrats, but certainly a great loss for the Congress and for the country, given just the depth of his representation, the relationships that he had on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the Capitol, and the fierce representation that he provided to the people that he's been privileged to represent for decades. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some brief words of reflection on behalf of the House Democratic Caucus.
Well, I'm reminded of an old poem, "For Whom the Bell Tolls."
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. Now, I'd like to recognize that we have Minority Leader Jeffries, Leader Clark, and part of the leadership, Mr. Aguilar, at the witness table for our first panel. So I now will recognize each of you. Will you be going first, Mr. Jeffries?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for the opportunity to testify at this incredibly important Rules Committee meeting. I also thank my colleagues, Whip Catherine Clark and Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, for partnering with me on this amendment. Come before you today with an amendment to strike the unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American cuts to the health care and food assistance of the American people. America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are better than this. The great American middle-class dream is that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should have the ability to provide a comfortable life for yourself and for your family, a good-paying job, educate your children, purchase a home, and have access to high-quality and affordable health care, as well as be able to put food on your kitchen or dining room table. Unfortunately, we are here today discussing a bill that would make that American dream harder to reach for millions by increasing costs for families, hardworking American families, and gutting the things that they need to survive and thrive. This reckless budget would take health care and food assistance away from millions of people in order to provide tax cuts to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It would hurt children, hurt seniors, hurt families, hurt women, hurt people with disabilities, and hurt our nation's veterans. If enacted, the GOP tax scam would represent the largest cut to health care in American history and the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history in order to provide the largest tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk in American history. So let's begin with the health care component of this amendment. Everyone should have access to high-quality and affordable health care in the United States of America. In 1965, Congress created both Medicare and Medicaid. In the intervening decades, Congress passed legislation to expand and strengthen these important programs. In 2010, this Congress, under the leadership of Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi, passed the historic Affordable Care Act, which created new protections for people with pre-existing conditions and expanded health care for tens of millions of people who couldn't otherwise afford it. Since then, we have managed to achieve the lowest uninsured rate in history. Why would we go backward? Which is what the GOP tax scam would do. We know, however, that our healthcare system is not perfect. Too many Americans continue to be unable to pay their medical bills and struggle to get access to the care that they need. As Democrats, we are ready to work in a bipartisan manner to address these challenges, but we will never support any Republican effort to rip away health care from the American people. This GOP tax scam will force nearly 14 million people to lose their health coverage and cause millions more to pay higher copays, premiums, and deductibles. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die in all of your districts. Now, prior to the modern SNAP program being created in 1964, there was vast hunger and food insecurity across this country, including in low-income communities, rural areas, and communities of color. Thanks to public investigations, community-based organizations, and some good journalism, these challenges were spotlighted, and the need for an expansion of federal food assistance was highlighted. The American people were moved by images of children with distended bellies rummaging around in garbage and families going hungry. It finally compelled Congress to act. And over the last 60 years, we as a country have made significant progress to reduce hunger and help people afford nutritional food. Unfortunately, the policies in this GOP tax scam threaten to undo this progress and return us to an age where far too many children or veterans or seniors are struggling to eat and get access to the nutrition that they need. It's also important to recognize that SNAP is a vital part of providing opportunity for our farmers, who we stand with, food makers, small businesses, truckers, independent grocers, and the entire supply chain. So for the Republicans who have promised to love and cherish Medicaid, I ask you to support this amendment. For the Republicans who believe we should not rip food away from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, we ask you to support this amendment. And for the Republicans who believe that the gospel in Matthew 25 and 35 teaches us to stand up for the poor, the sick, the afflicted, the least, the lost, and the left behind, we ask you to support this amendment and strike these harmful cuts to health care and nutritional assistance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Ranking Member McGovern, the members of this committee. I am a proud co-sponsor of Leader Jeffrey's amendment, Protecting Medicaid and SNAP. And my Democratic colleagues have done an excellent job laying out how taking Medicaid and food from kids and seniors and veterans and moms to give tax cuts to billionaires while increasing our deficit is a triple threat to the American people. But unfortunately, it doesn't end there. I'm offering an additional amendment that strikes a provision that would defund Planned Parenthood. Speaker Johnson recently said about this provision, it is about going after, quote, big abortion. But he knows better than that. We all know the federal government doesn't pay for abortion care. We all know Republicans have already decimated access to safe abortions in this country.
So what does this provision actually do? It further defunds women's health care. It defunds cancer screenings, prenatal care, postpartum services, fertility treatments, preventative care. 96% of Planned Parenthood's clinical work has nothing to do with abortion, but everything to do with serving millions of women, most of them overwhelmingly in rural and underserved areas, who are having a hard time finding reproductive care or any health care, especially in states with abortion bans. Faced with the choice of either breaking the law or breaking their oath to put patients first, OBGYNs are packing up and leaving. As a result, 35% of counties in America don't have a single obstetrician. In Georgia, it's 42%. In Texas, it's 50%. Clinics are shutting down while maternal mortality is on the rise. Infant mortality is up for the first time in decades. How does this bill respond to this Republican-manufactured crisis? It piles on. It makes it even harder for women to find health care. Without this amendment, it would shut down nearly 600 health centers run by Planned Parenthood, 64% of which serve women living in medical deserts. These are communities that don't have enough health care providers as it is. These are women who overwhelmingly live in rural areas. These are women that you represent. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, 7,500 South Carolinians will lose their doctor. All of them, 100%, live in a medical desert. 9,200 Georgians are on the edge of that same cliff, 75% in medical deserts. 22,000 Hoosiers, 82% medical deserts. 24,000 Virginians, 50%. 37,000 North Carolinians, 67%. 51,000 Minnesotans, 69%. And 118,000 Texans. Count on Planned Parenthood in a state where babies and pregnant women are dying at a historic rate. 2/3 of Texans live in medical deserts, and 141,000 New Yorkers are about to see 47 clinics boarded up, 61% of them in the neediest areas in New York State. Millions of women are counting on their representatives to make the right decision. Women like Cheryl from North Carolina, who years ago was overdue for a pap smear, but she didn't have insurance and she kept putting it off. A friend mentioned Planned Parenthood would provide this free of charge. She booked an appointment, got checked, and it came back abnormal. They caught it early, and the cancer was removed. Cheryl credits Planned Parenthood with saving her life. A lot of stories begin like Cheryl's. They should all end in the same way, with health care that saves lives. I hope this amendment gives you all pause. When the women in this country deserve health care, and I hope you will think about the moms struggling to get by and stay healthy for the sake of their children and their families. It is not too late. Do right by them. Make this amendment in order for floor consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member McGovern, distinguished colleagues on the committee. I appreciate your kind words about our colleague, Mr. Connolly, as well, Madam Chair. I'm grateful for the opportunity to introduce amendments that would strengthen SNAP, a program that helps families across the country meet their basic needs. I'm also proud to co-sponsor Leader Jeffries' amendment. State governments can't afford to take on the extra costs that this legislation would impose on them. it would force leaders in red states and blue states to either raise taxes or remove people from SNAP, leaving even more Americans hungrier and poorer. I wish more Americans had the opportunity to hear from our prior panel's testimony during the workday, but this committee made the choice to hide from the public and keep hidden what's actually in this bill. In fact, we're still told that managers' amendments are still being negotiated and are incomplete. It is outrageous that this committee is debating these policies under the cover of darkness, but it shouldn't be surprising. Legislation you intend to pass, started at some ungodly hour, kicks millions of Americans off their health insurance and takes away food assistance for families who need it most. As grocery prices rise, I cannot understand why my Republican colleagues want to take food out of the mouths of mothers, children, and veterans while making health care even more expensive. House Democrats are eager to take on waste, fraud, and abuse throughout the federal government, but we cannot find a willing partner on the other side of the aisle because of our colleagues' single-minded focus on cutting health care for people who need it most. This legislation doesn't make Medicaid or SNAP more efficient or more fair, Madam Chair. All this bill does is ensure that billionaires who have never had to worry about a hospital bill or putting food on the table can continue to pay less in taxes than a teacher, a firefighter, or a nurse. Madam Chair, it is a fact that only House Democrats want to make health care more accessible and more affordable for everyone. We will continue to fight back against this effort to drive up costs of health insurance and end basic needs programs just to make a group of campaign donors happy. The contrast is clear. House Republicans are making health care more expensive and less accessible. House Democrats want to ensure that every American can earn the peace of mind of a good-paying job with great benefits. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Aguilar, would you mind leaving your testimony with me? Because I don't believe I heard a couple of things that you said, and I just want to look at it before I make any comments.
Of course.
Okay, I want to double-check that I heard some things that I think you said.
Okay.
Before I make any comments.
Of course.
I'm going to recognize, before I speak, I'm going to recognize any of my colleagues, Ms. Houchin, Mr. Langworthy, Mr. Scott, you recognize.
Madam Chair, I would just like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article entitled Rich State Poor People, and if I might...
Without objection.
If I might just read from it, the oil and gas boom has helped New Mexico has become the nation's second biggest oil-producing state. Taxes paid on the state's oil production will generate, and in quotations, more money than we know what to do with, according to Democrat State Senator and Legislative Finance Committee Chair George Munoz. States are flush with cash that are well run. Thank you.
Without objection. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah. First of all, let me just address something that Chairman Smith said. He went through all the things in the tax section of the reconciliation bill that, quite frankly, most of us support. I mean, the child tax credit, the no tax on tips, the middle-class tax cuts. But what he omitted was the tax cuts for billionaires. What he omitted were the cuts to Medicaid that would throw people off of health care, or the cuts to SNAP. Leader Jeffries, I mean, we're reasonable. We're happy to work with them. But there's no way in hell we're going to support a bill that's going to throw 14 million people off of health care, or throw millions of people off of SNAP. Maybe you can maybe comment on how would seniors be impacted by the legislation that is before us?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. This legislation would rip health care away from approximately 14 million Americans, including millions of children who will be adversely impacted by the fact that Medicaid is being cut in the greatest numbers in American history, children who would otherwise be able to see a doctor when they're sick but might not be able to as a result of Medicaid being ripped away. Children who will no longer have the ability to receive preventative care that could catch things early enough to avoid serious illness or death. They're impacted by the GOP tax scam. Seniors, of course, who will have their Medicaid ripped away from them will also be adversely impacted because the majority of seniors who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, these aren't statistics, it's our parents, our grandmother, our grandfather, our great-grandmother and grandfather. The majority of people who receive nursing home care in America or home care in America, which allows people to maintain dignity and respect in their amazing golden years, they rely on Medicaid to receive that assistance. And that, of course, is at risk of being ripped away from them. And Mr. McGovern, it's all being done in service of enacting the largest tax breaks for billionaires in American history. Billionaires like Elon Musk, who's the last person in this country who deserves a tax break.
And Ms. Aguilar, I support your amendment. You know, interesting enough, the House Agriculture Committee never did a hearing on the cost-sharing issue with states. And there's a reason why governors all over the country are panicking that they may be hit with a bill of hundreds of millions of dollars or even $1 billion in the case of Pennsylvania, which they're not going to be able to meet, and therefore it will result in them costing, it will end up cutting the benefit to people. And so I support it totally. And Leader Clark, let me ask you, is it possible at all for other providers like community health centers to absorb the patients that Planned Parenthood health centers see annually? And what services for women would be at risk?
Thank you so much for the question, and let's bust this myth once and for all, because we have two things going on here. We have the nearly 14 million Americans, including many women, seniors, moms, pregnant moms, who are going to be have their health care taken away from them totally, and that impacts healthcare centers, FQHCs. They receive, Medicaid is the single largest source of payments, reimbursements for our FQHCs. And this is what's always pointed to by the right, as they will just pick up these services for women out of this defunded clinics for Planned Parenthood. It is impossible at the same time that you are cutting Medicaid to these clinics. In Massachusetts alone, that'll be a almost $1.2 billion cut to these health centers, and saying if you're going to pick up what Planned Parenthood provides, you would have to increase the capacity of our FQHCs by 56%. So we're going to take away Medicaid over here, and then we're going to say magically increase capacity by 56%. To serve the women who will no longer have a place to get the cancer screenings, the prenatal care, the fertility treatments, contraception, reproductive health care that they need, and that is increasingly difficult to find.
I regret that so much of what is done in this Congress and in this current administration around health care is so politically charged.
Yeah.
And again, going back to the SNAP issue, people are going to see their benefits cut. Again, on average of $2 a person, per meal. That's it. And if states can't meet their cost share, they haven't cut the benefit, but to cut the benefit. And no hearings on this, not one single hearing. And this is a major change. major change, and not even the courtesy of a hearing. We weren't able to bring in governors or anybody from any states to be able to comment on what the impact of this would be, or whether even all the states could meet, their financial obligation. And again, I mean, that it's part of a reconciliation bill, and that nobody even cares enough to do a hearing on it. Is that the way you legislate around here? I don't know if you want to add anything before I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I think that's incredibly important, and I just share that the cost-shared discussion really breaks a promise of 50 years of a relationship between the federal government and the states. This is shifting more resources so they can be the bad guys, and so they can reduce benefits, kick people off of eligibility. It's just an existential threat and would result in significant reductions in benefits to the people who need it most.
I'll just say finally, all this does is it gives my Republican friends some cover to be able to dodge responsibility, and when benefits get cut, say, hey, it's not me, it's the states. And again, that to me is very cynical. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach. Thank you. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think we just heard a little bit about myth busting. So, Leader Jeffries, I was wondering if you could address the myth which we have had thrown at us repeatedly throughout all the committee hearings on this bill, that somehow these proposals are going to be paid for by kicking undocumented immigrants off federally subsidized food and health care. Is that true? Are undocumented immigrants getting federal health care and federal food benefits?
Yeah, it's a great question. Under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one. And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children. We're talking about everyday Americans. We're talking about Americans with disabilities. And when it comes to nutritional assistance, we're talking about veterans who have served this country, sacrificed, risked it all, and they're going to lose access to the food assistance they need to live a life of dignity and respect. Those are the facts. That's why we're fighting hard to stop this GOP tax scam that will hurt everyday Americans dead in its tracks.
I appreciate that, because we've heard this gaslighting, for weeks now, and we knew it wasn't true, but I appreciate your clarifying that as well. And of course, to the extent that anyone was trying to game the system and get benefits to which they were not entitled, we have inspectors general who were tasked with rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse, but unfortunately have been fired by this administration. So, don't preach about wanting to ferret out fraud, waste, and abuse when you're pulling the watchdogs whose job it was. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I already came to you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chairman Aguilar for your leadership and for the amendments that you submitted before the committee today. As you all know, we started at 1 a.m., so this hearing's been going now for about 10 hours. We've heard from many Republican chairmen. We have, of course, many members of our caucus who are here that we'll hear from. The only person, and of course we have all the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus, and we're so grateful that each of you came forward to testify in this fashion. The one person we haven't heard from is the Speaker, who came here briefly earlier but was not willing, I guess, to testify in the way that you all have. Mr. Leader, I know you offered to debate the Speaker on the floor. I believe sent a letter to him about a month and a half ago on this particular reconciliation bill. And I wonder if you might expound a bit on why you think that is important for the American people to be able to hear that debate and that dialogue.
Well, I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Colorado. And first of all, let me thank all of the members of the Rules Committee, certainly my colleagues on the Democratic side who have done a tremendous job on behalf of the American people, Jim McGovern, Mary Gay Scanlon, you, Joe Neguse, and of course, Teresa Leger-Fernandez. Let me also thank the chair, Chairwoman Fox, from the great state of North Carolina by way of New York City. She may have left the Bronx, but the boogie down Bronx has never left her. So thank you for providing this opportunity for us to have this discussion. But one person is missing, Speaker Mike Johnson. Over a month ago, I asked our distinguished colleague from Louisiana, the Speaker of the House, to debate any of us, but certainly myself, on the House floor about this very bill. He believes it's one big, beautiful bill. We believe it's one big, ugly bill. That's going to hurt the American people, hurt children, hurt families, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, cut health care, cut nutritional assistance, explode the debt by a minimum of $3.8 trillion. This is being done by people who claim to be the stewards of responsibility. $3.8 trillion, if not more. And so the offer still stands. I'd love to have the opportunity to debate Speaker Johnson anytime, any place, right here at the Rules Committee, or certainly on the floor of the House of Representatives. Not a duel, a debate of ideas.
I couldn't agree more, and I thank the leader, the whip, the chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for coming and testifying. Rep. Clark, as you described the impact that the abortion bans have had on states across this country, the lack of reproductive health care in states around this country, and then that this bill would then add to that difficulty. I am reminded, and I've been sharing lately, a story that I didn't used to talk about because it was so hard, about how when I was pregnant, I almost bled to death. And I remember lying on that hospital surgery piece of metal. And they didn't put me to sleep because we were trying to save the baby. And they were screaming, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her, we're going to lose her. Those doctors could concentrate on saving my life. They did not have to worry about whether they were going to be criminally charged or whether they were going to have to shut down their practice because they were working on a complicated pregnancy. And now we know across the country, in rural areas especially, we are losing our OBGYN care. So I want you to talk a little bit more about what happens in those rural areas, what happens in those areas where doctors are fleeing, and how what they're doing in this bill by going after Planned Parenthood, does that make it worse?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. And it is the story of women across this country. Pregnancy is often complicated, and it needs interventions. And we want safe outcomes. The way we get that is good prenatal care and being able to find that within a 50-mile drive from your home. And with the abortion bans, that is becoming out of reach for so many people. And it compounds the cruelty in this bill that is already there in all that they are taking away from women and children. And families from their health care, from food programs, public schools. If you don't have a safe place to have a child, if you cannot if you cannot guarantee that you will survive, have the medical attention that you will need, and if you're able to have that child, that child will be able to access health care, that you'll be able to find affordable quality child care near where you go to work, that you will be able to have the fundamentals of a housing to be able to put a life together. A recent study showed the majority of families in this country, 60% of families, cannot afford the basics. And what they're saying in this, and what makes it so pernicious, is this has no place in a reconciliation bill. This is ideology, and this is policy. And this is saying, we don't like abortion providers, and it's not enough to outlaw them in our own states, to deny that care in those states. If there is an affiliate or a subsidiary in any state, then we will shut down the clinic that is not providing abortion care, but is providing this critical primary care for women. That doesn't belong in this bill either. And it is part of the pattern and the theme of this bill, that the American family is put last, and we are making the winner's circle so very small. And it doesn't include women in this country. It doesn't include working families. It doesn't include seniors and veterans. And the 99.9% of people who get up and work hard every single day and want to have a future for their children, a place in this economy, want their small business to survive this tariff regime, want to be able to put a life together that has hope. And instead, we're offering them ideology wrapped up as health care. It is a cruelty, and it is a shame. And that is why we have seen the Democratic caucus and the American people united against this bill.
Thank you, Rep. Clark. Chairman Aguilar, your amendment, I think, touches on a very important fact, and that is that people are working, and they're working really hard, and they're often not getting paid enough. And when Democrats were in charge, we increased jobs, but right now, there is a recession looming. And what they're going to do is kick people out of Medicaid, and they're not going to be able to get nutrition programs, and they're saying it's because people are lazy. Is that right, Chairman Aguilar? I mean, what is really happening with regards to American families who are working hard and just maybe not making enough money to afford health care?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for sharing your story, first of all, and for the question. My amendment prevents what I hope is something we can all agree on. No child in our country should go hungry. Yet under this bill, nearly 645,000 people, including children ages 7 to 18, will lose some or all of their SNAP benefit just in my state of California. Whether you're a child in New Mexico or Maine or California, that isn't right. As cruel and failed as that 3-month time limit is, it has never been applied to parents and grandparents with dependent children. It's right in the name, able-bodied adults without dependents. So what is supposed to happen, the child turns 7 and now doesn't need to go to school by themselves, it's just playing wrong, and it puts kids at risk. No one is staying home for SNAP benefits that are $6 per person per day. If my colleagues were serious, we wouldn't be providing child care and transportation and fair wages to help families make ends meet rather than cutting these important benefits.
Thank you, Chair Aguilar. And Leader Jeffries, thank you for painting the picture of what hunger looked like in America and what poverty looked like in America when we decided that that was not an acceptable picture for us. And I think it's a policy choice, but I think you also touched on a sense that it's also a moral choice. And I entered into the record earlier today a letter from 31 faith organizations who were opposing these kinds of cuts because they noted that it was against a principle, a moral principle, that government should provide for those who are in need. And I just wanted to give you the last word. I'm the last Democrat who gets to ask a question on these issues of how you see the values and the choices that are being made in this bill.
Well, thank you again for sharing your powerful story in such a compelling way, and it really does illustrate the challenges that we confront here. When we make policy decisions, we are impacting the American people in ways that, in certain cases, could be questions of life and death. It's often been said, Dr. King made this observation, that budgets are moral documents. And I don't question anyone's faith in this room. There are people of faith on both sides of the aisle. But we do have to ask the question, can't simply be enough to go to synagogue or go to the mosque or go to church and pray on Sunday and then come to Washington, D.C. and pray on the American people the rest of the week. P-R-E-Y. Pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted, pray on working families, pray on everyday Americans, pray on our children, pray on our veterans, pray on older Americans. It can't be sufficient to go to church and pray on Sunday, but then come to Washington, D.C., advance a bill like the GOP tax scam, and pray on the American people for the rest of the week. Democrats will never stand for it, and we're going to fight hard to make sure that we do everything we can to uplift the American people, to protect their health care, protect nutritional assistance, protect our veterans, protect our children, protect our women, our families, older Americans, and to protect the American way of life. I yield back.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Rep. Clark. Thank you, Chair Aguilar. I will say that, as we did the procession on Palm Sunday, our Archbishop said exactly that he wanted to pray for all of us, that we would remember the poor and the needy, and that we would have the grace in our hearts to do what's right. Tribal leaders came and met with me yesterday and said that they had done the blessings in the morning so that they could bring them to Washington, D.C., because the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to tribal sovereignty, the cuts was something their people could not survive. And so I think those prayers and those blessings are important, so that when we come to Washington, we act
from our hearts, and that we let that lead our decisions. Thank you very much for all three of you for this incredible amendments, this incredible testimony. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. The witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
going to announce the names.
yeah, but before you do, can I make one statement? Please. I want to thank all my colleagues who have been here for an incredibly long time. Some of them have been here since 1 o'clock in the morning. And I feel very proud to be part of this caucus, and I feel very proud of all the members who are here who want to make their voices and their views heard. And I especially want to also thank Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi for being here for hours as well. And I want to thank our leadership team. But it means a lot to me personally, and I think to everybody on this committee, that we have so many colleagues that feel so strongly that they have waited for hours and hours and hours to be able to present their amendments. And I thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me say that.
Okay, the next panel will be Tim Kennedy, Norma Torres, Al Green, Mr. Horsford, Ms. Beatty, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Gomez, and Ms. Robin Kelly.
Oh, yeah, and the leader.
If you all would quickly get to the tables, please.
Grace Mill.
We can fit in one more. One more. We can do one more. 2, 4. We got 7.
Yes.
He's not there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
there you go.
yeah. May I suggest, if you're here for the next panel, start down here and move up here. It makes it a lot easier to get people seated. Okay.
We can recognize it. Let's just recognize Kennedy's first.
Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here today to offer 2 critical amendments. First, to strike Section 44-111 and preserve the current 10% state cost share for Medicaid expansion, preventing the financial burden that will otherwise fall on states and safety net hospitals. Second, to strike Section 44-126, which targets and defunds community health centers that provide family planning services. Taken together, these provisions in the underlying bill, in addition to the massive cuts to Medicaid that this bill ensures, would decimate access to care for millions of Americans, particularly low-income women, children, and seniors. As members of the majority attempt to shove this bill down the throats of the American people, and frankly, some members of their own party, in a process that started in the middle of the night while America slept, my Democratic colleagues and I are here to stand up and shed light on what you're hoping to hide from the American people. As an occupational therapist myself, the husband of a physical therapist, the son of a nurse, and the representative of a community with 285,000 people who depend on these services, including 110,000 children, let me focus on what's at stake with the Medicaid provisions outlined in this bill. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, nearly 25 million Americans nationwide have gained access to care through
through the Medicaid expansion. That means moms have access to prenatal and postnatal care. Children can get regular checkups. And people struggling to put food on the table can still see a doctor before minor issues become emergencies. It means those in rural areas, often far from major hospitals, can visit clinics, access telehealth services, or get prescriptions filled without having to travel hours for basic preventative care. States that expanded Medicaid saw the uninsured rate among low-income adults decrease by more than half. It is so popular that even in states where the legislature and governor opposed it, like Oklahoma, when put to the voters, it was approved. In New York, the state I represent, expanding Medicaid has given over 1 million people access to care. With this bill, New York will face nearly $1 billion in new costs, while other states could see their expansions repealed entirely. As I've been here since the wee hours of the morning, participating in a broken process that started at 1 a.m., I cannot fathom why members of this majority would choose to rip life-saving care away from your own constituents in the name of tax breaks for billionaires, aside from the fact that the president told you to do so. As an occupational therapist, again, I've worked with patients, young and old, people who rely on Medicaid for necessary care. I've seen what happens when patients delay care because they cannot afford it. Minor conditions become chronic, emergency room wait times lengthen, and hospitals cannot absorb the cost. As a result, our healthcare system becomes destabilized. In cutting Medicaid, we don't eliminate the need for care, we just eliminate access to care. And for those who aren't on Medicaid, we only make care more expensive and harder to get. We force families to choose between medicine and groceries, we push more patients into overcrowded ERs, and we risk lives. This Republican bill does not save money, and it sure doesn't help the people who sent us here to represent them. It shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and to the people who can least afford it. Simply put, it's cruelty. My amendments protect Medicaid expansion programs and ensure that millions of Americans don't lose the care that they need, and that our public hospitals and safety net systems can continue to function. Without our Democratic amendments, this bill will make all Americans less safe and healthcare less accessible, particularly for our most vulnerable citizens. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments. Healthcare, we know, is not a luxury reserved for the few, and it shouldn't be. It is a right, and it is our responsibility to protect it. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres, you're recognized. You're a former member of the committee. We're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, Ranking Member McGovern. It's great to be back with all of you here, although under difficult circumstances. I know how difficult it is to have to work through the night, but the work that we're doing here today is really important. It's important for members to be able to share how this bill will impact our constituents. The bill before the committee, it is truly a disaster for the American people. It would throw almost 14 million people off Medicaid. It would cause our hospitals to close in areas that need them the most. It would cut food assistance for more than 3 million Americans, and all to help the multi-billionaires that pay much less in taxes. I fully support many of the amendments proposed by Democrats to fix these cruel actions, and I hope that they'll be made in order. I have 3 amendments that would address problems in the bill and in the current policies of the Trump administration. First, I have submitted an amendment number 507, which would protect the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the hundreds of billions of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. It's a common sense at this time when families are struggling with higher prices of food and good due to the self-inflicted wound of tariffs caused by our president. Second, I have an amendment to prevent the $300 billion in cuts to food assistance, programs like SNAP. The Republican reconciliation bill would kick more than 3 million people off of food stamp assistance, again, while we are getting imported eggs from Turkey and other countries that are willing to help us in a time of need when our food prices are so high. Third, I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes to Californians when California already contributes much more than many of your states. For example, California is a donor state. We send $692 billion to the federal government, and we receive back $609. That means we send $83 billion to many of your states to help fund the quality of life that all of you enjoy. Representative Griffin, Virginia they pay $107 billion. They receive more than in federal government that they give. Chip Roy of Texas gets back $71 billion more. Chairwoman Fox, North Carolina gets $53 billion more. Representative Norman of South Carolina, you receive $35 billion more. Representative Austin Scott of Georgia and Brian Jack of Georgia receives $35 billion more. And Representative Hutching of Indiana receives $30 billion more. So if we want to talk about welfare and welfare to the very poor, let's start with your states. Maybe your states should pay their fair share. Lastly, I have an amendment that would help stop the unlawful and dangerous firings of Federal Aviation Administration workers who maintain our air traffic control systems. They are the backbone of the air traffic control system. They are the unseen workers that help keep planes in the air and provide safe landings when we land. They support our air traffic controllers that ensure a safe flying public. While the administration is trying to recruit more air traffic controllers, they continue to fire probationary employees and reduce staffing for the people who maintain these systems. This is something that is critical that we need to address. Next and lastly, I have an amendment that would strike the 5% federal tax on remittance transfers in this bill. The tax proposal in this bill would disproportionately impact immigrant workers who already pay into a system that they cannot reclaim any of the Social Security or taxes, state, local taxes that they pay into. Lastly, I have an amendment that would disapprove of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers work plan for fiscal year 2025. This plan isn't just flawed, it blatantly politicizes the project selection process in attempts to leave, once again, California, the state that all of you depend for welfare for your constituents, to have zero projects allocated by them. I think the American people should know what is in this bill. It's a tax giveaway to the filthy rich. Thank you, Chairwoman, for your patience, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Mr. Green, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ranking Member, members all, I am here today because of SNAP and a concern. But first, I'd like to thank Ms. Mang, Grace Mang, for introducing the Fairness for Victims of SNAP Skimming Act. It has been reduced to Amendment number 30. I had a similar piece of legislation, and this whole issue was called to my attention by a news reporter from Channel 2 KPRC in Houston, Texas. And as a result of his engagement, we produced a piece of legislation. I do not want to see block grants to Texas for health care. Madam Chair, Texas refused $100 billion to expand Medicaid. This is one of the reasons why Texas has the highest percentage of uninsured persons and the highest number of uninsured persons in the United States of America. I don't know that Texas is going to be responsible enough to accept the grants. What will you do and what will we do when Texas does what it does quite regularly, and that is decline federal dollars? So I'm here today to talk about a program that has benefited not only Texans, but persons across the length and breadth of the country. And this has been a bipartisan effort in the past. It was in existence until December of last year, right around Christmas. And it has to do with reimbursing persons who have their SNAP monies skimmed away with electronic devices such that they have to sometimes go without food. They are victims. We should not allow the criminals.
Al, would you suspend for just a minute? There's a knocking noise going on somewhere. Do you all hear that? And it's bothering everybody out there because I can see it on your faces. I don't know where it's coming from. It stopped. All right. Okay. It stopped, so I don't know what's causing it, but it was hard, making it hard to hear you and understand you. So I want to make sure we can hear you, and it's also distracting. So we'll start again. You didn't lose any time.
Thank you. I will elevate the level of my voice.
Okay, if you would speak up a little bit.
Thank you, I shall.
Thank you.
As I was indicating, this has been bipartisan. It has prevented criminals from causing persons to lose food. And I think that it should be bipartisan now in terms of reinstating this program such that people who need food and cannot afford the necessity of life will be able to acquire the food that they merit. I would also add this, that this program is one that has been sponsored by Republicans. So Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree to prevent criminals from taking food. Finally, this. There's been talk about work and how work is good, and I agree, work brings dignity. But the thing, Madam Chair, that hit a nerve with me was when our dear brother, whose name I cannot call because it's not appropriate to do so, but if I could call Mr. Norman's name, I would. This dear brother said that work built America, and he's right. It did. Over 10 million people working for more than 240 years without a paycheck. America is a great country, and it's great, Madam Chair, because of the economic foundational mothers and fathers whose lives were sacrificed. If you're in this country, you're standing on the backs of those persons who were enslaved. And you're right, work ought to be recognized. In this country, in our capital, in Emancipation Hall, the recognition for 240 years of enslavement is a plaque not much larger than that picture on the wall. That's an emancipation. it would seem to me that if we truly appreciate the dignity in work, then we would express that dignity for the people who had a hand in building the White House, a hand in building the Capitol, built the roads, the bridges, planted the seeds, harvested the crops, fed the nation. Why don't we recognize them to the same extent that we recognize people who are victims of the Holocaust? It just seems to me that if we're going to talk about work, let's talk about the people who built the country. And finally, I want to thank you for the time, and I'd like to thank the ranking member as well, and would hope that we can save this SNAP program. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the ranking member, to the Assistant Democratic Leader, to the members of the committee. I've been with you since 3 o'clock this morning. I want to thank you for your time, but I am here to bring the voices of 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that's to make sure their perspective is heard by this Congress and this committee. I know we've heard a lot, but I want to touch on what this bad-built bill for billionaires doesn't do, because it barely touches housing, a crisis that is affecting more than just the people in my district. My disappointment is with what is not in here. So once again, like I did in the Ways and Means Committee, I am here to let you and the American people know that there's nothing to address the fact that rent increases are outpacing people's income, that there's nothing in this bill that builds out housing for the middle class, that there's nothing in this bill that touches Trump's blanket tariffs, which are taxes that Americans pay, not some foreign governments, that will raise the cost of housing. In fact, in 2018, the CBO projected that the initial Trump tax cuts would reduce residential investment since their provisions are not favorable towards housing. That report proved true, as inflation-adjusted residential investment today is nowhere close to its pre-2018 trend. I'll also tell you what this bill does have. It has an annual tax cut for billionaires, over $255,000 a year, while the average benefit for working people earning less than $50,000 annually is a meager $265. The cutting of health care for 14 million Americans, and the selling of Nevada public lands without a single dollar going to the state for which those lands are intended. So let's recap. Trump is making borrowing more expensive. He's raising the cost of housing materials due to tariffs, and extending the GOP tax scam means continued reductions in residential investment and making Nevadans pay for it with our land. Please make it make sense. That's why I am offering a package of amendments to help our veterans, to address tipped workers, small businesses, and the hospitality sector, which has been hit hard by President Trump's tariffs. However, for the purposes of this hearing, I will focus my remarks around helping our veterans. My amendment seeks to address the housing crisis that my colleagues seem to be ignoring. This amendment would create a Veterans Housing Fund through a 1% surtax on excessive corporate stock buybacks, limited to firms with over $10 billion in assets. We are asking that the largest companies, who recorded nearly $1 trillion in buybacks, pay 1%. Over 30,000 veterans are experiencing homelessness. If my colleagues are committed to helping veterans, then you can support this amendment to help balance that equation. This is not a blue city amendment. According to HUD's 2024 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report, nearly half of veterans experiencing homelessness are in suburban or rural communities. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this committee represent 8 states that total around 6,000 veterans who are experiencing homelessness. Georgia, nearly 650. Virginia, around 400. New York, almost 1,200. Indiana, over 400. Texas, nearly 1,850. South Carolina, almost 400. Minnesota, 300. And North Carolina, nearly 700 veterans experiencing homelessness. There is nothing in this bill that addresses shelter, mental health, substance abuse, job training, and other assistance specifically for our veterans. So I'm urging my Republican colleagues to work with us now to fix this bill before it goes to the floor. We want to work with you to address the problems facing our constituents. Earlier this month, I introduced 3 bills that can help address the housing crisis. We need legislation that addresses the corporate takeover of single-family homes like my Home Act. Not one Republican joined when I brought that bill forward. I introduced my Unlock Housing Act to address affordable housing by allowing the Bureau of Land Management to be able to lease the land to local governments and tribes specifically for affordable housing. This is a smart method to use the laws that already exist to build out more housing. Why? Because as Nevadans know, the land that we sell has not helped create the housing that we need. But we are seeing the same story over and over, that this bill does not have working people in mind. Instead, we have people like Representative Mark Amodei pushing to sell off more than 500,000 acres of land in Nevada under the guise of creating more affordable housing. He didn't even give a second thought to selling out our community. And for what? To use Nevada as a cash grab for the nation's debt? Don't believe me? Look at Section 8315 of the bill. If my colleagues are truly serious about addressing the struggles of the middle class and specifically housing affordability, then please support my amendments. I'm also putting on the record that I've sent a letter to Chairman Smith and to Speaker Johnson to bring up my TIPS Act to ensure that tip workers receive the benefits that they are entitled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I urge you to make and order my amendment, amendment number 280. This amendment is simple. It would stop the implementation of the Reconciliations Bill's massive cuts for the wealthy if the bill's other provisions result in reduction in funding of Medicaid, Social Security, or SNAP. Let me just put it in simple terms. It says no tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans if you cut the programs that everyday Americans, families, seniors, and others rely on. If you believe that is true, then you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid or food assistance. We are here to serve our constituents, and I know I'm not the only one here who has received thousands of letters and calls demanding that Congress protect health care, food assistance, and other critical programs. Constituents are saying, what are we doing? Well, I'm telling you, this panel shows you what Democrats are doing. We are fighting. And despite what the title of the Republican Budget Reconciliation Bill would have you believe, it is not one big, beautiful bill. It's a big billionaire's bankroll bill. And it is one of the biggest and most reckless and heartless attack on American families. It would rip away health care from almost 14 million Americans and 11 million children with food assistance. And the worst part of it is none of this is necessary. It is only being done to bankroll a billionaire's tax cut. That is why I am offering this amendment. I am offering this amendment for the 2.4 million Ohioans who rely on Medicaid to access critical health care services like blood pressure, diabetes screenings, mammograms, mental health services, and other life care situations. I am offering this amendment for the millions of women across the country who rely on Medicaid to cover birth of their child and to keep them and their babies healthy before and after birth. I am offering this amendment for the more than 42 Americans without federal food assistance that they might not eat tomorrow. I am offering this amendment for Anisha, an Ohioan, a constituent mother of 2, and a recent cancer survivor who relies on Medicaid. She's scheduled for surgery that Medicaid makes affordable. Her family also depends on SNAP to put healthy food on the table. Losing these benefits would be devastating. In short, I'm offering this amendment for Americans who are struggling to get by, who are counting on us, Democrats and Republicans, to lower their costs and to improve their lives, not enrich billionaires. Unfortunately, families I'm fighting for will not benefit from the tax cuts in this package. The top 0.1% of earners, billionaires, will see a tax break of some $278,000 per year. And that is a tax break of $762 per day, almost twice the weekly salary of someone making minimum wage in Ohio. It is clear that this bill is an attempt to sell out hardworking American families who are just trying to make ends meet to benefit the few. This bill would harm our constituents, Democrats' constituents, Republicans' constituents. Republicans have claimed that this bill does not cut benefits. And if you believe that is true, you should have no problem supporting my amendment, which would make no changes if the bill does not cut Medicaid and food assistance. So I would urge you to make this in order. And Madam Chair, I would like to enter into the records the GOP's budget plan, this article, the GOP's budget plan that makes it hard to conceal its lies about Medicaid and SNAP.
Without objection.
Thank you. Lastly, let me just say to the American people, we have been here all night, and we're here because of you. They planned this hearing at 1 a.m. in the morning to 5, and here we are now in the first panel at 11:45. Is this the way our country should run? Is this what you expect from our leaders? Let me answer it for you. The answer is no, and that's why we are here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, for letting us testify today about issues that matter to all of us and to the American people. Over the past several weeks, I've been very concerned about what this Republican reconciliation bill will do. Not only does this bill, the bill, if it's enacted, the House bill, would be the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history that will strip health care from almost 14 million Americans. But as my colleague just said, how many of the pieces of this legislation have been considered in the dark of night when the American people are not able to watch what is happening? It's been too many pieces of this legislation. I have offered several amendments. Medicaid is the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this reconciliation bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their homes, in the communities that they've known, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and aged with dignity. And in fact, it is less expensive than in nursing homes, which is where most long-term care in America is paid for by Medicaid. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care. And this bill will exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and caregivers shouldn't live in poverty to do this critical work. Let's be honest. The long-term care health system in this country is broken. And until someone you've loved or you yourself are in it, you don't know how bad it is. And this system, this bill, is going to break the system even more. I pray, I'm asking that my Republican colleagues change course on this misguided bill that would harm seniors and individuals living with disabilities. I'm also strongly supportive and am a co-sponsor of Representative Riley's amendment regarding President Trump's most favored nation executive order that was issued May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last week. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing pharmaceutical manufacturers from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations, when we, in fact, pay 2, 3, 4, 10 times as much as other countries do, and spend more on the research for these drugs than any other country in the world. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other countries, which I have to admit to you, was shocked that every single Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against this amendment that supports their own president's prescription drug pricing plan. And I have to say, I was very surprised after being up for all night when I watched President Trump Wednesday night say this provision was going to be in this bill. So I think there's some communication issues too. Simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and, quite frankly, absurd. And on top of this, we had a bipartisan deal that opened the door for a solution to lower drug costs for Americans last Congress. But thanks to Elon Musk, Republicans tanked that agreement and are now trying to pass a bill with no meaningful change that would not only fail to lower drug costs, but would also rip coverage away from 14 million Americans. I'm going to end by expressing my concerns with this legislation's impact on our environment and natural resources, which is why I filed 3 amendments that I offered during the natural resources markup 2 weeks ago. Taken together, these amendments would preserve judicial review. I think too many people forget we are a system of checks and balances in this democracy. Protect compliance with the Endangered Species Act, which has literally saved thousands of species, and prevent the Inflation Reduction Act decisions from NOAA from applying to fisheries, climate resilience, and harmful algae bloom forecasted in the Great Lakes. I'm getting that look, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. She yields back, and I recognize Mr. Gomez of California for 5 minutes.
Republicans are playing Russian roulette with the American people. That's right, I said it, Russian roulette. And that's because either you're going to lose your health care, that could probably save your life, or not. You can get a tax increase or not. This is serious business. According to the Joint Committee on Taxations, Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper says families making $30,000 or less will pay an average of $200 billion more in taxes because of this bill. Families making $50,000 a year, you have a 50-50 chance of seeing a real change in your taxes. But you'll have to wait till April to see how lucky you were. Now the billionaire establishment has nothing to worry about. They'll get a tax cut of $270,000 a year. Right here in this committee, the American people are witnessing one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history. But Republicans are advancing legislation that will slash billions of dollars from Medicaid, health care for the working class, so that they can give trillions in tax breaks to the billionaires, ultra-wealthy, and the largest corporations in this country. Republicans are literally stealing from the poor to give to the rich, all while adding trillions in deficit deficit spending and to the debt. They should be ashamed about this legislation, because look at not what's happening in my district, look at what's happening in their districts. In North Carolina, 400,000 people will lose Medicaid coverage. In Minnesota, 250,000 will lose the health care. Texas, 380,000. Virginia, 390,000. New York, 1.2 million. These aren't numbers, these are real people who will lose health care coverage. And if they don't have coverage, they might not have insulin, they might not have preventative care, they might have to go into the hospital to see an emergency doctor later, which can cost them their lives. We also know that 51% of new moms and their babies who are covered by Medicaid will lose. The seniors that don't get enough coverage through Medicare will lose. The sons or daughters that don't earn enough to cover their parents' assisted living facility will lose. People that live in rural communities that are mostly represented by Republicans will lose. Republicans are making it harder for working people to get by, harder for families to welcome a new child, get postpartum care, or cover basic medical needs during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. Families are barely staying afloat. Many who are working 2 or more jobs just to get by, and they're already stretched thin by the cost of food, housing, and childcare. Now that Trump's tariffs are hitting them with an extra $4,900 a year. And Republicans always say that they're the pro-family party, but they never do actually anything that actually values the American family. And Republicans say they're the balanced budget party, but this bill balloons the deficit and saddles future generations with more debt that they have to pay off. Voters sent us here to lower costs and create real opportunities, and that's what we should be delivering on. We should make the child tax credit fully refundable and advanceable, and make it bigger and pay it monthly. We should build millions of starter homes for new families and help them buy their first home so that they can build wealth. We should make child care affordable and guaranteed paid family leave. But this bill does none of that. That's because Republicans choose the billionaire establishment that has taken root in D.C. over their own constituents. Now I ask the same question to my Republican colleagues as I asked in the Ways and Means. I want to ask you here, and they answered wrong. So I'm asking you guys, are you for the working man or woman who is struggling to get by, or the billionaires? Are you for the babies or the billionaires? Are you for the seniors or the billionaires? Are you for the American family or the billionaires? I have introduced 14 amendments making sure that billionaires pay their fair share to housing, to health care, and one of those bills is sponsored by Speaker Emerita, that is extend the ACA premium tax credit to help pregnant women and children. That's one of the things that we know, that in some of the states that are going to have the biggest cuts to Medicaid also are some of these southern states that have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country. You know, California has its problems, but we actually have one of the lowest maternal mortality rates in this country, the lowest. So here's the thing. Once again, are you for pregnant women or the billionaires? Are you for babies or billionaires? Because that's what this all comes down to. And I will ask that if you vote on just one amendment, maybe you can restore a little faith in this kid from California. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Kelly of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. I have an amendment at the desk titled Amendment Number 371. My amendment is simple and requires 12 months of continuous Medicaid and CHIP coverage of full benefits for pregnant and postpartum women. We've heard a lot about that. I've dedicated 10 years to this topic. This amendment will codify what we already know is essential, that 1 year of postpartum care is not just medically necessary, it is a matter of life and death. Let's remember that the United States maternal death rate remains far higher than other high-income countries, and nearly 2 out of 3 maternal deaths occur during the postpartum period. Our nation is facing a maternal health crisis, and it has been for years. It's shameful, and it has worsened. The maternal mortality and morbidity epidemic is particularly dangerous for people with disabilities who face a maternal death rate that is 11 times higher than the rate for non-disabled people. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And American Indian and Alaska Native women are twice as likely to die of complications. Medicaid improves maternal health outcomes and ensures access to vital pregnancy services. Medicaid covers almost half of all births in this country, and in many states it's more than that. And it covers more than half of all births in rural communities. Consider a new mom from Arkansas who was finally approved for Medicaid in her 3rd trimester following a delay in her eligibility determination. Her Medicaid coverage was invaluable during complicated labor and delivery. Her baby was not receiving enough oxygen, and she ultimately needed an unplanned cesarean section. Without Medicaid, that procedure would have resulted in profound medical debt, giving the cost of a C-section in Arkansas is estimated to be close to $10,000 without insurance. Ensuring 12-month coverage can give women the peace of mind that they have stable coverage and access. Cutting funding means cutting care for moms and babies during their most vulnerable time. That means fewer prenatal checkups, more life-saving deliveries, and forcing states to choose between vital programs. Waivers aren't enough, especially during major budget cuts like those in this bill. In Michigan, 12-month postpartum Medicaid coverage reached nearly 45,000 moms, reducing maternal deaths from 36 to 22 per 100,000 births in a year. Most maternal deaths occur after childbirth. 1 in 3 happens 1 week and 1 year postpartum, between 1 week and 1 year postpartum. In Colorado, 89% of maternal deaths were preventable. Continuous guaranteed year-long coverage saved lives. Overall, over 80% of maternal deaths are preventable. This amendment codifies 12 months of full Medicaid and CHIP benefits to postpartum individuals, no more state-by-state patchwork, no more expiration dates on care, no more new mothers being dropped from coverage just 60 days after giving birth, right when they're still at high risk for complications like infection, postpartum depression, and more. Postpartum coverage for 12 months should be mandatory and permanent and immune from shifting state politics and budget pressures. We cannot expect someone to recover from childbirth, return to work, care for a newborn while also scrambling to reapply for coverage. That's not health care. It's chaos and disproportionately harms low-income families, rural communities, and communities of color. We've already seen the impact of this policy. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, Democrats enabled states to extend postpartum coverage to 12 months, and 49 states have done so. In just 4 years, red and blue states alike chose to prioritize maternal and child health. But making it optional isn't enough. With the deep cuts proposed in this bill, states will soon face painful budget choices that could jeopardize this progress. To protect moms and babies everywhere, we must make this coverage permanent, mandatory, and nationwide. This is about saving lives, supporting families, and finally treating maternal health as a national priority it should be. I have deep concerns states will roll back care for pregnant and postpartum women. My amendment ensures that all women in the United States, regardless of where they live, can access comprehensive health care for a full year following the birth of a child to survive and thrive. I've spoken to doctors, nurses, midwives, doulas, and this is what all of them recommend. If Republicans claim, quote unquote, they want to strengthen Medicaid for mothers, as they asserted in their press releases, then this should be a no-brainer and something that we all can support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help us build a stronger, safer future for all moms and families so that people are not being shut out from coverage because we have made it too complicated for them. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do I have anyone on the Republican side that wishes to ask questions? Seeing none, I recognize the gentleman. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you. I just a couple of observations. First of all, I want to again thank you all for your commitment and your stamina and for being here. Again, I appreciate the fact that many of you waited many, many hours to be able to testify, but I think that's a reflection of how strongly you feel about the issues that you brought before this committee. And I think I speak for all the Democrats here. We all support your amendments, and we'll do our best to try to see what we can do to make them in order. But I also, when I was listening to everybody here, I couldn't help but think about what could have been. You know, again, as I said before, I mean, there are things in the tax bill that I think we all could agree on. You know, the middle-class tax cuts, the no tax on tips, and child tax credit, all that stuff. We could have come together and agreed on that. And I think that, you know, we would have, you know, if Republicans wanted our vote, we could have negotiated a better deal on the SNAP benefits, which, you know, right now is unacceptable, and certainly insisted that people don't get thrown off health care. But I think you could have gotten a bipartisan bill. Maybe not every Democrat and not every Republican, but you could have gotten a bipartisan bill that might have been able to make its way to the President's desk that reflected our values, that also reflected some of the Republican values, but didn't go after the most vulnerable people in this country. But I think what's happened here in this House right now is that the way the current leadership thinks of legislating is that whatever the most extreme element of their conference wants, that's the direction. And so there's no desire, there's no attempt to try to bring Democrats into the process. I'm reading, breaking news. Speaker Johnson and House Freedom Caucus will go to White House today to meet with President Trump. Trump is expected to tell the House Freedom Caucus that the bill needs to pass today. I don't even know, he was up here yesterday morning. I don't know, maybe this will make a difference. But it doesn't sound like, if that's the strategy, that this bill is going to moderate. And I think that's bad for the country. This is a big deal. The implications of this Reconciliation Act on every aspect that was raised by all of you today is significant. It is going to adversely impact, it is going to hurt our constituents, as well as the constituents of our Republican colleagues. There is no doubt about that. And so again, I want to again thank you for being here, and again, I support all your amendments, and for what it's worth, and I think I speak for all of us up here, it's kind of inspiring for us to see you just kind of wait it out, because you know what the stakes are, and I think people who are tuning in also appreciate your being here today. So I thank you, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize Ms. Scanlon for.
Thank you. I
question.
want to echo the ranking member's remarks. I think the outpouring of members here is inspirational and is a measure of just how significant.
Time Zone brings you the biggest double dollar offer of the year with more benefits. Recharge your card to get double the bonus plus extra bonus up to 25% only on 25th May, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Visit your nearest Time Zone. Offer also available on Time Zone Fun app. TNC apply.
I did with respect to Representative Kelly's bill. This has been a major issue in my district, and I just wanted, in support of that bill, to seek unanimous consent to enter a Philadelphia Inquirer article from September 21st, 2022, entitled 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, CDC says, highlighting a problem in Philadelphia.
Without
Yield
objection,
Thank
so
you.
ordered.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Neguse for his 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Well, first, let me just say thank you to my colleagues and echo the sentiments from our ranking member and Ms. Scanlon, our deep appreciation. And it's not lost on us that there are several of our colleagues here, Mr. Chairman, who testified just a few short minutes ago, who spent more time in this hearing than Republican colleagues of ours on this committee. There are several members. No, I'm not referencing the chairman, but others of your colleagues. Mr. Horsford has been here literally since we arrived and convened, and we have members who, as has Mr. Kennedy, I'll go down the whole list, but every member here has been here for literally going on 7, 8, 9, 10 hours for 5 minutes to be able to speak.